with education stakeholders said the curriculum had been adopted by many countries around the world and will be used in the country for the long run. While meeting with the stakeholders, Ruto welcomed the shift from the 844 education system to the new CBC, whose implementation has been ongoing for the last 5 years.
It is very interesting because the government that I serve has always made sure that money is released to schools ahead of the opening of the term. We are still in the same term. The money was sent in April, and those teachers who are shouting for money to be paid, the money will be paid as and when it is due. The government has money, but it is my duty to ensure that government money is used for the purposes that it is meant for and that government gets value for money. So this agitation for money to be paid in schools is fake, and that the money that have been paid, they are not completed.
While welcoming the shift, however, Ruto said the curriculum would need to be reviewed to accommodate concerns from parents, teachers as well as stakeholders in the education sector. The DP was speaking during the unveiling of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition Education Charter, which Ruto promised to implement as part of his manifesto should he become the commander-in-chief.
We all agree that our education should move in the direction of not just knowledge and exams. It should move in the direction of knowledge, skills, competencies, and value-based education. We all agree that that is the direction. We also agree that 5 years down the road, it's time to review in accordance with UNESCO recommendations, CBC program, so that issues that have been identified by teachers, by parents, by students, and other stakeholders can be subjected to a robust public conversation, so that we can finally have a conversation that will lead us to ironing out the areas that are in contestation.
Chaos erupted during the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya rally in Marsabit following a clash between two different groups. Police had to intervene to allow the coalition presidential candidate Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua to address the meeting. Speaking during the function, Raila reiterated his promise to provide adequate security in the region and end corruption if elected in the August 9th general election.
Usalama ni muhimu sana. Usalama ni muhimu sana, sawa? Pili, ni mambo ya maji. Maji. Maji ni uhai. Maji kwa binadamu na maji kwa mifugo. Taleta bima ya mifugo, livestock insurance, ili kama ng'ombe yako inakufa, wewe unapata pesa. Tutajenga kichinjio hapa ya kuchinja ng'ombe na mbuzi na kadhalika.
Now, Agano Party presidential flag bearer David Wahiga Moore is accusing IG Lady Mutimbai of unfair allocation of security detail. Moore says despite writing to the IG requesting enhanced security, he is yet to be assigned adequate security like other presidential candidates. He alleged that Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga and UDA's William Ruto were beneficiaries of state support. He says he is not asking for preferential treatment but for what he is entitled to as a presidential candidate. He warns that if the IG fails to expand its security detail, he will proceed to court to compel Mutimbai to do so. The world champion Sebastian Ogier and his navigator Benjamin Wheelers set the fastest time at the Kasarani Super Spectator stage. The Toyota Yaris driver who won the World Rally Championship Safari Rally last year in Naivasha was plus 0.6 seconds faster than second-placed Belgian Thierry in a Hyundai. Ot Tanek, also in a Hyundai, was the third fastest. The championships are taking place from today to June 27th at Ndulele Conservancy in Naivasha. President Kenyatta, who is the patron of the rally, said the sport continues to boost the country's economy as experienced last year.
Last year, a record 78 million people in 150 countries watched this rally. In addition, the rally was of great benefit to the country, injecting approximately 6 billion shillings into our economy, with every sector sharing in the pie, including players in the hospitality and transport sectors, as well as micro, small and medium enterprises in Naivasha and the surrounding towns. We expect this year's event will be even bigger and better.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Alseto. Good morning.
You know, when you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say, I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us, assert our will.
When the legislators are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality. We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi Lokop is Jeshi la Wokovu?
I can't say it very well. No, Jeshi Lokop.
And everyone knows.
Friday morning hasn't started off too badly. What are we looking at? Traffic here and there on the Thika Superhighway. That's going to start off in a while. We know that Jogo Road is already starting to build up, and we're seeing that action getting out towards the city centre. What else are we looking at? Uhuru Highway, likely to clog up. We know Langata Road will also do the same thing. All roads lead outside of the city in a westerly direction today. So we're going to watch out for what might be happening there. And we also know that the rain is coming down in some parts, so visibility is already pretty low. Let's keep an eye on those things this morning, going into a safari weekend. So we'll have a look at what's happening on the roads. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The
Good
only
morning.
way
How
to start
are you
your day.
doing? It's what date again? It's the 24th day of June 2022. Happy Friday. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndugu. Sawa. Siti Muga? Mambo.
Fiti.
Yes.
Salimia huyu dada.
Sister. Sema brave.
Kufiti.
Mimi niko fiti.
Wewe iko fiti.
Mimi iko fiti. Kila kitu iko sawa.
Mambo shwari.
Mambo what?
Shuari.
Shuare. Shuare or shuare? Please clarify.
Shuari.
Shuare.
Mambo shwari.
Poa.
Mambo poa. Yes. Ndu, you sang a very beautiful hymn out there.
Great is thy faithfulness.
Great is thy faithfulness.
Oh, right.
Go.
You want me to sing?
Yes, please.
Great is thy faithfulness, O God, my Father. There is no shadow of turning with thee. Thou changest not, thy compassions, they fail not. As thou hast been, thou forever wilt be.
Why are you rushing it? It's a hymn.
Great is thy faithfulness. Great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. All I have needed, thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto
unto
me. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Sansana. You may be seated.
Oh, wow.
Welcome, everybody, to Kenya's biggest conversation. Salute, wherever you're tuned in. We are going to have an interesting Friday conversation today. Today we have the vice chairperson of the Jubilee Party. Right?
Yes.
Right.
He is coming to be with us in
Right.
the studio. Right?
Right.
He is the Honorable David Morathe. Right?
Right.
He is going to come and tell us about the Jubilee's formula for success in
Right.
the upcoming elections. Right?
Right.
Right. And today, the chairman of the Azimio Coalition Party has called a meeting of the Azimio Coalition. What's it called, that thing? Council. Yes, the president. So Mr. Morathe will also tell us about that meeting. Okay?
Yes.
That is at
Right.
8 a.m. today. Keep it locked. At 7, let's talk about putting it on paper inside the secret lives of Raila Odinga, William Ruto, somebody who has studied them and then written about them will be joining us. What's his name, City?
We're talking about Bethwel Oduo.
Bethwel Oduo.
A biographer.
Mm-hmm.
Or there are those who refer to Bethwel as a ghostwriter.
He's a ghostwriter.
Yes.
Why a ghostwriter?
Well, they ghost their clients. They follow them. They walk with them. They talk with them. So it's not just a question of the details of their lives as presented, but it is how they live those lives.
So they immerse themselves
Yes.
in this person's life
Yes.
for a while.
Yes.
It's like in House of Cards. That guy who was following the president for a while.
Right.
And then he ended up following the president.
Literally.
Yes. Okay. So Bethel will be with us at 7. He'll tell us how he ghosted those two gentlemen.
Or how he ghosted his other clients.
How he ghosts
You
his
know,
clients.
they are one of the things about biographers. One gets to see or hear more and more of them. Actually, there is another biographer who actually has specifically focused on the two, meaning people know his writing because he has written about the two. But the key thing is here is how do politicians and why do people in the political space want to write their stories? Why is it so important that their stories must be told? Yes. We see them every day. So what is it that we don't see? What is it that we don't know?
That's true.
Yes.
Another such author, Babio Newton, will also be joining us in the studio to have similar conversation. Yes. So you'll have two ghosts.
Boo.
With us. Keep it here for that and more. Ndu,
Yes.
how we doing?
Not really good. We are well into the 6th wave of COVID-19 in the country. This thing is not allowing me to read it, but it's okay. We'll just read it from here. 454 people tested positive for the disease. Fortunately, no patient has succumbed. We're now looking at a positivity rate of 12.8%. That's what we're looking at over the last 12 hours. It's from a sample size of 3,534. So again, a bit worrying in terms of the numbers. But you know what? Again, reading something yesterday, and I'm just... the symptoms of this heavy flu that a lot of people have had over the last 3 weeks or so mirror those of COVID-19. And so when getting tested, you find that because when the test is being done, what you're testing for is a footprint. You're looking and saying, what exactly can we see here? So a lot of the people who have this heavy flu that we've seen recently end up being tested and they have the same footprint as this COVID-19, right? So the likelihood of more people then testing positive by virtue of the fact that weather changes have come about and everybody's picking up this flu then becomes higher.
So it may not be COVID.
Yes. That is what one view has said. Okay.
And does the view consider that perhaps July is one of our coldest months?
This is exactly the point that he was this is a virologist as well. This is exactly the point that with the cold season, you are likely to see more of this because of the fact that viruses are carried much quicker in the season. This is the point that he was making.
So these are just some aspects of what you have
Anyway.
will mirror. But then a common cold does not go to your chest.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Not the virus
in
that is
your
associated
lung.
with the common cold. No, it doesn't.
Doesn't chew your lung.
No, it doesn't.
No.
But then again, we've not seen, with this wave, at least so far, we've not seen anybody who has gone to that point. What are the numbers that we saw yesterday? 11 in HDU, nobody in ICU. Nobody then has been presenting in a manner in which we saw in the first cases where people were, literally short of breath, in need of oxygen, oxygen levels below the 80s, and then people eventually succumbing. So far, we've not seen that. But I think looking at the point of this, that we will see more infections in the cold season. It doesn't matter where you are. Going into the summer months, you're likely to see a reduction of cases in the Western Hemisphere. And it's this time that, look at South Africa. They're in the dead of winter right now, and you're seeing that there's a rise in cases in South Africa. There's a rise in cases in this part of the world because of the way the seasons have changed. You will see that there will be a rise of cases going towards September, October, November in the western part of Africa. Just the trends that we're looking at because of the way the seasons have changed. But it doesn't mean that we should not be just as careful, right?
Yes.
If you've not been vaccinated, I think we have people who have been vaccinated and gotten COVID, and they can tell you that they've not been too badly off, right? A couple of days down and then they're back to it. So get vaccinated. I think that's the message. What can we do? We can be vaccinated. If you have been vaccinated to the max, get your booster shot and thereafter protect yourself. And I think with that, we should be able to keep a handle on things.
Yes, we should. It's 18 minutes after 6. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We are live streaming the show already on YouTube and Facebook. If you're online, hey, say hello. And we'll be acknowledging everybody who's online this morning. After we take a look at the weather forecasts.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Wait. Have you seen the message I've sent you? I always knew they can never be trusted, these guys.
Okay, I've seen it, but where did you get that information from?
Someone forwarded me the message and they say they got it from a very reliable source. I can never lie to you.
Okay, but what are these sources?
Sasa now you want to interrogate me and I'm just forwarding as received. Wey, majameneni, don't shoot the messenger. Me, I'm telling you.
How do you separate the truth from the lies and facts from opinion? The election season is a period where violence, votes, and many other incidents can be influenced or triggered by a news item. When was the last time you questioned the validity of the news you saw on social media, WhatsApp, tabloids, or blogs? Where do you go to fact-check what you see or hear? Fumbua is a groundbreaking collaborative journalism project designed to tackle misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation ahead of the Kenyan elections in 2022. For more information and updates, follow Fumbua Kenya on Facebook, at Fumbua KE on Twitter, or fumbua.ke on Instagram.
Here's to the roarers, the ones who cut through the noise in a cloud of dust. Those who casually say, my time is now. You who sets a best time no one can beat. Because when you roar...
Nairobi, a bit of a drizzle here and there. Currently at 15 degrees. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 14. At 13 degrees, it is mostly cloudy in Nakuru. Highs of 22 and lows of 12. Light rain in Nyeri at 14. Highs of 21 and lows of 12. And it's 13 and mostly cloudy in Eldoret. Highs of 22 and lows of 12. 23 degrees. And rainy this morning in Mombasa. Highs of 28 and lows of 23. It's also raining in Malindi at 25. It'll go to highs of 28 today. 28 will also be the high recognized in Kisumu. It's partly cloudy currently at 18. And it's 16 degrees and partly cloudy in Kakamega. Highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's rainy in Kampala at 21. It'll go to highs of 25 today and lows of 17. And 22 degrees and mostly clear in Dar es Salaam. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 20. It's 8 degrees and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 15 and lows of 6, while Lagos is mostly clear at 25. It'll go to highs of 29. Kinshasa is clear at 20, highs of 31 and lows of 20. And it's already 33 into Friday afternoon in Beijing. We'll see highs of 36 and lows of 21. Looking out into Paris, 18 degrees and a wet morning, highs of 24 and lows of 17. Cloudy conditions at 16 in London, highs of 23 and lows of 15. And around things out New York, Thursday night is clear at 20. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 22 and lows of 17.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's after 6.
Everybody's online. Happy Friday, team. Ndu, the singing is great indeed. Indeed. CT Muga, do it more and more. It's lovely. Have you heard, boys? Sing again, Eric and CT.
Okay.
That's Gasheri Wambijiwe, and she says, good morning. Vincent Chumba is listening in from Uganda. Benjamin Kweku sounds like a very Ghanaian name. He said, thank God it's Friday. You people are the best. So are you, man. Thanks for joining us. Peter Ongera says he's a ghost listener listening from the Lukenya train station. Well, all right. Jeffrey Mochama says, good morning. Kisumu Kibos. Collins, keep tight, keep sat. Good morning to you. Mariko says, good morning. Tune in from Kisumu. Kisumu is really awake this morning, isn't it? Robin Bogo tunes in from Mombasa. And Simon says he's tuned in from Buhuvera in Vihiga. Amlioto would be proud. Bill Dadotieno says, good morning from Juja. And Lois Kodwal says, good morning. And Eric and CT and the entire Situation Room team. Ednah, Nyabura, Brian, everybody. Good morning. Spice. Okay, Julia says, but now they've said COVID-19 vaccination is active in the body for 1 year. Is everyone exposed now? It's over a year since most were vaccinated. Indeed, the protection is there for you, but the thing is, get boosted. That's the point. Indeed, great is thy faithfulness. Happy morning. Nyeketi says, good morning, tuning from Kisumu City. And Seth Owiti is tuning from Oyugis in Homa Bay. Who else? Everybody's online. Ondicho. Caris. Mwema says, good morning. Abraham is tuned in. And Shiro Brenda says, have a fabulous Friday. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Everybody, welcome. CT Muga has the proverb. And it's not from Pate Island.
No, it is from the country of Angola.
Okay.
You know, Angola is an interesting country because of what neighbors the country, okay? Zambia neighbors it, DRC neighbors it, Namibia neighbors it, and also the
Pacific.
water body. No, it's Atlantic actually.
The Atlantic Ocean.
You know, I don't know where the line is drawn between the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic, but it's
somewhere in the Cape.
Somewhere in the Cape, so it's Atlantic, believe it or not. Anyway, proverb from Angola. Capital Luanda. Yes. Don't despise the nut. One day it will be a palm tree.
Don't despise the nut. One day it will be
a palm tree.
I agree.
It's a good one.
It is.
Don't despise the palm tree. One day it will produce a nut.
Okay, that's a good one, CT. So those people of Luanda in Kenya, are they related to those people of Luanda in Angola?
This is the odd thing. You know, when you think of Luanda, you think of that particular town on your way to Busia, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not the only Luanda
in Kenya.
After Maseno.
No. There is a Luanda in Migori County. Yes, as you're heading towards Nyatike, there is a Luanda. There's a town called Luanda. Well, it's a township called Luanda. Yes, so some of these names are shared. It's like the Makutano name. There are Makutanos all over the place. But the reason why they're all over the place because it's descriptive.
And you can see it's a road intersection.
Yes. So that intersection is the Makutano.
Just like there's a Maili Tatu, Maili Sita.
Yes, Maili Saba.
Maili Saba in every, as you approach every town.
Is that really?
Yes.
There's mile 12 in Nigeria. There's mile 12 in Lagos, mile 12 in Abuja. There's mile 12 in Kaduna. There's mile 12 everywhere. Mile 12 market.
As they say, umeshika rada.
What now? Who?
You have caught the radar.
The Odieros needed to know that they're about to arrive to a town. So they marked
12 miles from here.
Yes.
Town.
Yes. Town.
Yes. So you knew you are not too far away. When you climb Mount
Also formed the demarcations for municipalities.
And
so a municipality or a town, if it's 4 mile, if it's 6 mile, then you can tell what kind of urban center this has been demarcated as. Let's look at the newspaper headlines. www.standardmedia.co.ke. What they're promoting today. Skirt and blouse versus 6-piece suit. The 2022 dilemma. You get it?
I get it.
You get it?
Oh, I get it.
The quest to have core parties sweep the board ahead of the new government versus that whole dilemma. Is it 6-piece suit or do you go for skirt and blouse? This and more inside the Standard portal, www.standardmedia.co.ke. What are you looking at?
So this is a really interesting thing. I think it's actually great. It's on page 3 of the Standard today. The African court has awarded the Ogiek 157 million shillings in a land rights case. All right. The African Court on Human and People's Rights has ordered the government to pay the Ogiek community 157 million shillings in compensation for material and moral damages in a ruling in Arusha. The judges dismissed objections by the government and ordered it to pay the community 57.8 million for material damages and 100 million for moral damages, including restitution. And I quote, the court, in the exercise of its equitable jurisdiction, ordered that the responded state must compensate the Ogiek with a sum of 850 million for the material prejudice suffered. The court delivered its judgment on the merits of the application on the 26th of May 2017. It found that the government had violated the rights of the Ogiek under Articles 1, 2, 8, 14, 17 and 21 and 22 of the Charter. The court also noted that the violations alleged by the Ogiek established in its judgment of May 26, 2017, remained unaddressed up to the time it was considering reparations. To ensure all registered Ogiek of Mao Forest benefit from the outcome of litigation, the court ordered the government to establish a community development fund for the Ogiek, which should be a repository for all the funds ordered as reparations in the case. It was further ordered that the community development fund should be used to support projects for the benefit of the Ogiek in health, education, food security, natural resource management, and other causes beneficial to the well-being of the community, as determined from time to time by the committee that would manage the fund. The responded state was thus ordered to take all necessary administrative, legislative, and other measures to establish this fund within 12 months of the notification of the judgment. This has been going on for yonks. And finally, the East African Court has said, you know what?
Lipa wow.
Pay them.
You know, it is landmark.
It is huge.
You're talking about a community that lived within the Mao Forest, and then suddenly the government comes and the government starts demarcating, delineating their land. And in essence, basically pushing them out of their own ancestral land.
Yes.
So they say, we've been here forever. We have our own way of land ownership and land tenure. When you come with this thing of starting to give titles to this land, you are basically disenfranchised. And that's this one.
Do you know, if you want to understand people who are environmentally friendly, are people like the Ogieks. They had a way of understanding how to live, not just within their environment, but with their environment.
It was their source of livelihood.
Yes, so they looked after it. Now, it's a battle that one sees more so in the Amazonia, where you have very many native communities who, with the passage of time, have also been disenfranchised by the governments, whether it is in Brazil or whether it's in some of the Latin American countries that also share the Amazonia. It's the same thing. There are those who want to go into the business of logging. There are those who want to go into the business of farming. And all these things involve clearing large tracts of land and cutting down trees.
Yeah.
And displacing the people who have been living there.
Precisely. And claiming all manner of things. And deciding all manner of things on their behalf. And yet, arguably, these people were there before you.
Yeah. Yep. This is a landmark one. And they've been told, you know what you need to do? Establish a fund for the benefit of the Agir community. So this money goes into that fund. So it benefits everybody. And the government has been told, come up with that fund. Know exactly how many people are beneficiaries and let them benefit. Now, if a government actually wanted to do this, it would do it.
Yes, it would.
I hope it will. 28 minutes to 7. Let's take a quick break. We see how the roads are looking like. Good morning.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Feel the roar. KCB is bringing you the World Rally Championship on the 23rd to the 26th of June 2022. Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quach, to find out more about it and how KCB has made it possible for you to enjoy all the action. KCB, go ahead.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Guess what? Cold Stone Creamery has amazing deals for you to indulge every day. This month, enjoy deals on 2 cups of creamy delicious ice cream from as low as 600 shillings and ice cream cakes from as low as 1,800 shillings. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
How do you separate truth from lies and facts from opinion? In late 2021, Baraza Media Lab and 23 media and media-related organizations met to discuss this urgent issue of our time, and Fumbua was born. Fumbua is a new groundbreaking collaborative journalism project designed to tackle Okay, so a few minutes after 6:30, and what does it look like? Not too bad, coming off North Airport Road and then seeping onto Outer Ring. Outer Ring, however, is a totally different story because everybody else is feeding on. We're looking at Manyanja, we're looking also at Lunga Lunga, taking off some of that, but then Kangundo feeding off onto that, and then coming in from Kariobangi South onto Outer Ring. Problems as you're getting towards Allsops, but then you get onto the Thika Superhighway, and not yet. We're going to see an exodus of vehicles today, that's for sure. There'll be some traffic going in a westerly direction out towards Limuru and then Naivasha, and then you know what happens thereafter. We're looking at the Pangani underpass, and some traffic has begun there. Visibility is really poor today, folks. Guys are already complaining. Fog lights up. It's an absolute necessity today. Don't even think twice about it so we don't get stuck in any problems. All right? Okay. Shall we take a look at Langata Road? There we have some traffic also building up, but it doesn't look too bad right now. Let's talk about it, guys. Wherever you are, whatever you might be doing, and you get stuck somewhere, you find a good route, let us know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
All right,
FM,
25
Nairobi.
minutes to 7. Let me tell you 2 stories. Yay. One is from Thika town. Thika what?
Town.
I was going to say, what is a Thika town?
The
Thika town. Are we together?
As in Thika.
Got it.
Yes,
opposed to
not
just saying-
the, as in THE.
Not the car.
Mm-mm.
The as in Thika.
Yes.
Okay.
So in Thika, there's a gentleman who went to the police. His name is Matthew Muganda Gedenji. He went and reported verbatim on his own statement. On Wednesday, I went to NCBA Bank, Thika branch. I withdrew 2,395,000 shillings. I later went ahead and withdrew 1,815,200 shillings from Absa Bank within Thika town.
Right.
Come from NCBA, 2.39 millions. Go to Absa, 1.185 millions. He further reported to have withdrawn 1,503,000 shillings from Consolidated Bank on the same day, kept the cash in his vehicle. After withdrawing the cash, he drove to the public toilets near KPLC Thika Depot, opposite St. Patrick Catholic Church, parked his car. Call of nature. Can't wait. He went to the toilet to relieve himself. Upon returning, he realized that the right rear window had been broken and all 5,713,000 was gone. Then he went to the police and said, wamechukua pesa yangu kwa gari yangu.
Ile niliwacha hapo nje. Mahali niliwacha hii pesa.
Yeah, nimeenda kujisaidia. Nikakuta watu wamechukua pesa yangu kwa gari yangu.
Na niliwacha tu.
Sikuwaachia.
He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, is he?
Why not?
He left the thing there in plain sight of everybody.
No, it's not in plain sight.
It was in the car.
Yeah.
It was plainly inside the car.
It was inside the car.
But what is clear, he had been followed.
Clear as day. Clear as the car that was parked there.
Yes, and it isn't someone who was waiting by the bank to see who had withdrawn what amount. This is most probably in collusion with somebody who works within the bank.
Absolutely. Somebody who knew he had withdrawn money, number one. Number two, 5 million shillings is not the size of this phone. Right? It's a pretty package that you're going to need.
So let's talk about
it's a bulky package.
1,000 bob notes.
Eh.
Okay. So when you walk out of NCBA Bank, Thika branch, with 2,395,000.
Yes.
You're talking about walking out with 2,395 notes.
Yes.
2,395 notes. Umebeba.
Like this is 100.
Yes.
Like this is 100.
Like that.
Yes.
And then now.
Multiply.
Into 2,000.
Of
and
those.
Then 395. Walk.
That's one bank.
Put in the car.
In the car.
You know, you can't put it in your pocket.
You can't put it in your pocket, no matter how big your pockets
Close
are.
the doors. Walk out. Go to Absa. Walk out with 1,815 notes. 1.8 million.
Out.
Gari. Walk out. Go to Consolidated Bank. Walk out with 1.5 million shillings. 1,500 notes. All together in the car. Then someone comes and breaks the rear window, opens the car, and walks out with the entire
The everything.
5,700 notes.
Yeah, 5,700 notes. Yeah.
Gone. So he's reported to the police. Thika West OCPD Daniel Kenyo says detectives are investigating how the man lost the money. I can confirm that such an incident was reported by the complainant. We haven't made any arrests, but we're in the process of establishing the circumstances of this incident. Because you see, this is his own word. Eh? Let's start from there.
You're the one who's saying money
You're the
has
one
been
who's saying
stolen.
it has been stolen. That you went to relieve yourself and then the money was stolen. Okay? That is Thika town. Let me bring you to Nairobi.
Okay.
In Nairobi, there's a woman called Charity Waithera. Charity Waithera is the wife of Mr. Nelson Gaishohie. Mr. Nelson Gaishohie happens to be the Chief Administrative Secretary at the National Treasury. Are we together?
We are together.
The couple lives in Rangata. Okay?
Langata.
Okay, where?
It is either Langata Karen
I
or
swear
is
today
it
Eric
Langata
is making
Karen
up towns.
or is it Langata Langat?
Okay,
They
sorry.
live in Hardy, Karen.
You need Karen, Baba.
Hardy, Karen.
Hardy is Karen.
So they have a house manager, okay, also known as house help,
Domestic technician, yes.
domestic technician. On this particular day, the couple leaves to go to work and to
Do things that
yeah,
couples
like
do.
you always do. Get up
Yeah.
in the morning, prepare yourself, go to do the things that you do. Come back in the evening. Leave your house help at home like you always do. They leave, they come back. When they come back, Mrs. Charity Waidera Gaisho here goes to the wardrobe, opens the wardrobe and notices something is amiss. First of all, when we walked in, house help has not been in. We don't know where she's gone. They check the wardrobe and they find something else is amiss. One, some jewelry is missing. The jewelry is worth 500,000 shillings. You know? Put in the jewelry box, wherever she puts it, gone. Something else is missing. This is a guy who lost some 5,000 notes. This one's lost some 4,000 notes. You know, when they were leaving in the morning, they had left some loose cash in the house, in the wardrobe.
A small amount.
It's a small amount.
6 million.
So 6 million shillings. And they left. It was in cash.
I mean,
Right? When they come back in the evening, they find this thing has been touched. Some 4 million shillings is gone. And the house help is not coming back. They report to the police. The police have said, we are tracking and we've seen she went somewhere and she switched off her phone. Matter under investigation. 6 million shillings in the house, leave it, come back, find only 2 million. 4 million gone. Jewelry worth 500,000 shillings gone. Yeah.
Shabi, you know that money is gone, I mean. You can investigate until the cows come home. Money is gone. It's finished. It's gone.
What do you mean?
It's gone now. The guy who went to the washroom, whatever, with money in his vehicle, you think you're going to get it back? 1. 2, house help, gone. And maybe they'll find her, but where will they find the money?
They will find some of it.
Find some of it left.
Some of it will be found. And as
But
for the
me,
person being found, they'll be found.
Me, I'm just wondering, these folks who are rocking about with 5 million, 6 million anyhow, even them, Sha. What do you call it? Pesa Maziwa?
Amboga.
Amboga.
Yeah. Probably it's in an open wardrobe, eh?
Surely. I
So
mean, this
clearly,
is normal. This is natural.
if she was to call and say, you know, mama nani ukuja na maziwa, she's like, chukua
Kwa
pesa
nini
hapo.
pesa hapo ya maziwa? Wacha kunisumbua vitu ndogo ndogo.
Cheti.
You know what I find particularly interesting is how it is. Somebody who has the ability to amass that amount of money then proceeds to manage that money in a way that can only be referred to as careless. How do you take 5 million shillings and put it in the back seat of your car? I would argue. How do you have 5 million shillings even put in the boot of your car?
Then you go and park outside a public toilet. Even you.
Surely. How do you have 6 million shillings in cash in your house and in the cupboard which is not locked? No, I'm just asking the question because you've worked hard, presumably. This is your money. You have it. Something that takes that amount of labor to actually accumulate. Do you handle it in such a manner? Surely.
Then perhaps then it didn't take that much amount of labor to accumulate if you could handle it in that manner.
One then is forced to look for alternative reasons as to why it is you're handling it in the way that you're handling it.
Maybe you didn't sweat for it.
Yes. People who travel by bus, because bus stages tend to be crowded, will look for the most interesting ways to put money. Thieves have long discovered people who put money in socks. Okay? Some will actually sew it into the lining of a garment. I mean, people do all sorts of things. money is difficult to come by.
Yeah.
And the principle is people look after the two stories is the moral, the theme that I see here, people who had access to a lot of money, handling it in ways that makes me ask, surely.
You know, Siti, if you look at the gentleman in Thika is a businessman.
Indeed, he's a businessman.
You probably find that he's been handling this kind of money a lot, maybe on a regular basis, on a daily basis. He's handling, $500,000 shillings, 1 million shillings, blah 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 blah. All right. So to some level, after some time, you get used to this money not even being a lot of money. The same way, the way you're describing, you will find a child who's going to secondary school on opening day has pocket money of 2,000 shillings.
Yes.
That money is in a bag that's in a bag that's in a bag that's in a bag that's in the underwear.
Yes.
It's 2,000 shillings. It's a lot for this kid.
It is.
Today, right now, we just do like this on your shirt. Some 2,000, 1,000 bob will be falling. Right?
In fact, that jacket.
Yeah, that jacket. Like 1,000 bob will fall like that. Oh, in yangu. You've dropped.
Umenisaidia kupata chukua.
Chukua. For 1,000 bob. Somebody else, it'll be 10,000 bob, leaving 10,000 bob here because they're used to you handle this money on a daily basis. So it's no longer a big amount.
It is true. But again...
So it's not that you're being careless.
No.
It's a way of life.
You've just gotten used to it.
Actually, that is precisely the point. It is carelessness. People who handle large amounts of money usually have a way of going about it. Why do you think you have all these armored vehicles transporting money? Why don't they just pile the money in the boot of one car and take it from one place to the other? Because you know it will attract. You withdraw 2 million shillings from the bank. It is not a small amount of money. And for you to withdraw it, you must have given notice. There's a discussion. They know you're going to withdraw it. So it isn't an issue. Now, because they know, that's what I'm saying. The carelessness is not in carrying the money. But when you withdraw that amount of money, there are people other than yourself know that you've withdrawn that money. Now, we live in a time and an age of a complete absence of secrecy in many things. And this is courtesy of the social media.
Yeah, true.
Someone doesn't need to make a phone call. Someone doesn't need to even leave. You withdraw that amount of money. Just the process of you taking it. Even someone sitting in the banking hall will see.
Of course, eyebrow raise and wonder, who's this? What are they up to?
Unless, there are these booths where if you're dealing with bulk amounts, you sort of like enter. But the moment you enter there, you've announced.
Of course, you've announced that you're going to withdraw a large amount of money.
Or you're going to deposit a large amount of money.
Exactly.
I am simply saying, maybe carelessness is a strong word, but a little more alertness as into the times in which we live would be necessary.
And care applied to action.
Yes.
Of course.
Because that amount of money attracts attention. And in this case, it attracted the wrong kind of attention.
And look, you guys, we've heard before that you'll find that in a lot of these robberies that we've seen, people within the banking institution speak to each other.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. But the truth of the matter is, the people who took that money will be found. Because one of the other things which is also true of people who steal that amount of money, they immediately put it into lifestyle. Yeah, immediately. They don't think to save it. No, this thing you wanted to do, the things you wanted to buy, and suddenly you will draw attention. People wonder, but so-and-so who just the other day he was asking us for 10 shillings. How come he came to give me 2,000 shillings the other day? Where did he get 2,000 shillings from?
Julia says, City, to answer your question, why one would put 5 million shillings in the backseat of the car. He did not.
That is indeed an astute response.
Indeed it is.
What are you looking at, City?
I am looking at page 20 of the Standard. And the headline is this. There are two headlines relating to the same thing. But let's start with that. Magoha sued for failure to name quality control team. Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha has been sued for failing to appoint a team to oversee the quality of education in the country. The case filed by the Education and Quality Assurance Council ESQAC Chair Dr. Chris Galgalo opens another battlefront on the competency-based curriculum, CBC. In his application, Dr. Galgalo claims the new curriculum was implemented without testing and claims Kenya's education system lacks quality assurance as the CS is yet to appoint a team to do it. The case lifts yet another veil on the implementation of CBC, with the officials saying that the school children are learning without checks and balances of the education system. Let me quote what was said in this regard.
Okay.
The lack of quality assurance creates an endless curriculum learning freefall, especially those who are now faced with a new and tested CBC program, said lawyer Harrison Kinyanjui, who is representing the people who have taken this matter to court.
So, there is no quality assurance mechanism for the rollout of CBC. That is basically what they're saying.
That's what they're saying, and they should be. And they have an extremely valid point.
They do.
But how? Okay, listen, guys.
All right.
There was a task force that was established
Yes.
to manage the rollout of this.
There was a task force.
Okay. The people who came up with CBC at the Institute for Curriculum Development are actually now in charge of CBC.
Yes.
A former head of KICD is the PS, Dr.
Julius Juan.
The person who's in charge of CBC, because the department was actually established by the president, in charge of CBC, what's her name? The lady.
Wait, I'll tell you her name. I know her name.
Yes.
Yes, continue the story. We'll remember, yes.
Right. Also in charge of this, and they have been working. They're the ones who've been meeting, looking at reports and all these things. Do you want...
Janet Okoh.
No, there's another one. There's a Fatima lady.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah. In charge of CBC rollout. These people have worked on this thing for long. They are career educationists. They understand. Are we saying that they recommended to the CS and the CS has just failed to appoint, or that there was no idea that they needed to appoint?
You know, that a quality assurance team is needed is not subject to debate, if you ask me. Because if you are introducing a system that, for all intents and purpose, is new, what then goes without saying also is that it is not fully tested. Piloting is testing, yes, but the real testing is with larger numbers over a longer period, over a larger area of people. Okay?
Yes.
So now, how do you ensure that every corner of the country is learning the same thing and the children have the same opportunity, same...
And access to the
Put it this way, same everything.
Fatuma Shege.
Yes.
Yeah.
In charge of curriculum reform implementation.
So this is right at their desk.
This is her.
It is her, actually. So now, when these things that you're talking about, making sure that everybody across the country learning the same thing, has access to the same materials, and then is doing so under the same umbrella is essentially what they were supposed to do. So are we now saying that Fatuma Shege and her team, according to this, they did not do that thing that they were hired to do?
Or they have done it, but the CS, because the CS is the one who makes the appointment, has not done just that final bit.
Of taking now whatever report, because it will be clear that they will give
and
him a
the
report.
names identified as members of the whatever.
And then certified on it.
Let this case go to court. Watch it to scare.
Seriously speaking.
This is a good one.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
because
is.
you're essentially saying an entire task force led by Shege and her folks did not do their job. That's what you're saying.
They did what they were supposed to do.
I think they did, but their boss who appointed them then either did not put his thumb on it and say go, or didn't bother to report on the work that they had done.
They have, but you see, there is an additional matter that has to be looked at when you're referring to an oversight body, which is what quality assurance does. Is that when we roll it out, there will be people who are tasked with the duty of ensuring that what was envisioned is what is done, number one. But for this to be done, they are the same people who should ensure that the details of what is required to get this achieved is also in place.
It's in place.
Yes, because quality assurance is not just are people being taught, yes, but do they have the facilities to enable them to actually enjoy the full benefits of what this particular curriculum entails? Yes. Now, This has to be an ongoing thing, not for a year, continuously.
It does. It really does. It does.
It just goes on and on and on and on and on. So long as the children learning, there has to be this mechanism, because that's the only way you determine whether the children of this country are getting a fair shake.
Can we still stick on that education story for just a beat?
Okay.
Yes. The Deputy President, William Ruto, had previously said ECC, CBC, Sasahini, Nini. Remember that he said that during one of his campaigns, rallies a few weeks ago?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, he's done a U-turn on that right now, and he said, look, Deputy President William Ruto has made a turnaround on earlier pledges to abolish the competency-based curriculum and instead pledged to review it to provide a hybrid system of education if he wins the presidency come August. According to insiders, the decision was made to avoid hurting learners who are currently under the program and avoid causing more confusion in the sector. A team that worked on the proposals for the education sector also added that the DP advised the DP that abolishing the CBC would be costly to parents and the government. Ruto acknowledged that the CBC is good, but said a KKA government would review the curriculum to incorporate public output. Or rather input. The review, he said, is in accordance with the UNESCO recommendations since its implementation has been underway for 5 years. CBC is one of President Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy projects. Its pioneer class will transition to senior secondary school in January next year, so that those who are going now into senior secondary previously would have been class 8s. We are 5 years into CBC. UNESCO allows for a review after 5 years. This is the moment, the DP had previously said, and I quote that. The new position is a major departure from the earlier statements by other KKA leaders that the CBC would be abolished and the 844 system reinstated. Ruto said the hybrid system would incorporate knowledge, competencies, skills, and values. He said that focus would be trained on access, relevance, affordability, and quality.
So they actually had seriously thought that they could even come out and talk about, we're going to abolish this thing.
Yes, now, but they did in public. It was not within closed doors that announcement was previously made. But I think now there's been a rollback on. I said, hold on a minute. Perhaps we can look at this differently. Too many people will be hurt.
People must be allowed to change their minds.
Oh, but of course, that's why it's your mind. Because you can say one thing and at 6:58 you can say another.
So he met with education stakeholders yesterday, right?
Yes, he did.
The DP.
He's been meeting with various groups. This week alone, he's met with people living with disabilities.
Yep.
The education sector was another one.
Last week was women.
Women, right. And he's set to meet business leaders in the run-up to the, manifesto announcement.
Wow.
Stakeholder engagement is taking place. Yes.
Okay. So CBC is going nowhere.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Bungama is lagging behind in building CBC classrooms, right?
Yeah.
Contractors that building the CBC classrooms in Western region have been directed to complete the work before Sunday.
Which Sunday? Which Sunday? There are like 50 Sundays in the year. Please, let's be sure. Let's be sure which Sunday we're talking
after
about.
Tomorrow.
Magoha held an impromptu meeting with education stakeholders from Bungoma and said they have agreed to have the CBC classrooms fast-tracked to beat the deadline. They have up to Sunday to complete the work because a child in Bungoma is like any other child in this country. We shall not allow anyone to interfere with our noble objective of ensuring our children have given their rightful space. Contractor anacheza na Magoha. Finish that thing.
Sunday.
Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you very much for tuning in. In the next hour, let's speak to the ghostwriters. All right? Getting to understand the people who have authored and written about various personalities, including the Deputy President William Ruto and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Good morning. It's now 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Education CS George Magoha's welcomed politicians supporting the new competency-based curriculum CBC. Speaking in Bungoma County, Magoha, who seemed to be responding to Deputy President William Ruto's sentiments when he held a meeting with education stakeholders, said the curriculum had been adopted by many countries around the world and will be used in the country for the long run. While meeting with the stakeholders, Ruto welcomed the shift from the 844 education system to the new CBC, whose implementation has been ongoing for the last 5 years.
It is very interesting because the government that I serve has always made sure that money is released to schools ahead of the opening of the term. We are still in the same term. The money was sent in April, and those teachers who are shouting for money to be paid, the money will be paid as and when it is due. The government has money, but it is my duty to ensure that government money is used for the purposes that it is meant for and that government gets value for money. So this agitation for money to be paid in schools is fake, and that the money that have been paid, they are not completed.
While welcoming the shift, Ruto said the curriculum would need to be reviewed to accommodate concerns from parents, teachers as well as stakeholders in the education sector. The DP was speaking during the unveiling of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition Education Charter, which Ruto promised to implement as part of his manifesto should he become the Commander-in-Chief.
We all agree that our education should move in the direction of not just knowledge and exams. It should move in the direction of knowledge, skills, competencies, and value-based education. We all agree that that is the direction. We also agree that 5 years down the road, it's time to review, in accordance with UNESCO recommendations, CBC program, so that issues that have been identified by teachers, by parents, by students, and other stakeholders can be subjected to a robust public conversation, so that we can finally have a conversation that will lead us to ironing out the areas that are in contestation.
Now, chaos erupted during the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya rally in Marsabit following a clash between two different groups. Police had to intervene to allow the coalition presidential candidate Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua to address the meeting. Speaking during the function, Raila reiterated his promise to provide adequate security in the region and end corruption if elected in the August 9th general election.
Usalama ni muhimu sana. Usalama ni muhimu sana, sawa? Pili, ni mambo ya maji. Maji. Maji ni uhai. Maji kwa binadamu na maji kwa mifugo. Taleta bima ya mifugo, livestock insurance, ili kama ng'ombe yako inakufa, wewe unapata pesa. Tutajenga kichinjio hapa ya kuchinja ng'ombe na mbuzi na kadhalika.
Now, Agano Party presidential flag bearer David Wahiga Moura is accusing IG Hilary Mutyambai of unfair allocation of security detail. Moura says despite writing to the IG requesting enhanced security, he is yet to be assigned adequate security like other presidential candidates. He alleged that Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga and UDA's William Ruto were beneficiaries of state support. He says he is not asking for preferential treatment but for what he is entitled to as a presidential candidate. He warns that if the IG fails to expand his security detail, he will proceed to court to compel Mutyambai to do so. And world champion Sebastian Ogier and his navigator Benjamin Veglers set the fastest time at the Kasarani Super Spectator Stage. The Toyota Yaris driver who won the World Rally Championship Safari Rally last year in Naivasha was 0.6 seconds faster than second-placed Belgian Thierry in a Hyundai. Ot Tanak, also in a Hyundai, was the third fastest. The championships are taking place from today to June 27th at Ndulele Conservancy in Naivasha. President Kenyatta, who is the patron of the rally, said the sport continues to boost the country's economy as experienced last year.
Last year, a record 78 million people in 150 countries watched this rally. In addition, the rally was of great benefit to the country, injecting approximately 6 billion shillings into our economy, with every sector sharing in the pie, including players in the hospitality and transport sectors, as well as micro, small and medium enterprises in Naivasha and the surrounding towns.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
A few minutes after 7 o'clock, and we're seeing a buildup of traffic on the Thika Superhighway. In and outbound traffic is doing the thing this morning. So let's take a look specifically at those details. Coming then through to the underpass at Pangani is where we will see most of the action, but we're also seeing it seeping then through towards Outer Ring and then out in the direction of Thika, well into Kiambu County this morning, and likely to build up outbound as well. Kiambu Road is also bumper to bumper in and outbound. We're looking at a little bit here and there on Limuru Road. Coming off Outer Ring now is where we'll see some drama, as well as North Airport Road then feeding onto the Eastern Bypass. Langata Road building up, of course, we're going to see that regularly until that construction comes to an end. Joga Road then going past Shaurimoyo out towards the roundabout at City Stadium and then through to Landis has already built up. Traffic hour starts soon. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Welcome to
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Lovely Friday morning, 24th day of June, 2022. We have one guest in the studio. We're waiting to be joined by a second guest in the studio. Before we introduce the guests, let's hear the day's proverb.
Today's proverb is from Angola, the country of Angola.
Mm-hmm.
Don't despise the nut. One day it will be a palm tree.
Don't despise the nut. One day it will be a palm tree. Okay.
I said, don't despise the palm tree. One day it will produce a nut.
Which will one day
be a palm tree.
Okay. Okay. This is from the country of Angola.
Angola.
Okay. What do they speak?
Portuguese.
Why?
Because they were colonized by the Portuguese.
Why can't they speak their own language?
They do have traditional language.
Yeah.
But the official language is Portuguese.
Why? Anyway, what is their Kiswahili?
It's called what? I'll remember in a minute, I'll tell you. But for now, Steve, say it to this. I'll tell you in a minute. I know it's on the tip of my tongue. You know how that thing is on the tip of your tongue and then it just disappears?
Yes. Yes. Consult your mind, your brain a little bit as we introduce Newton Babior. But Newton Babior is an author. Newton, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you in the Situation Room.
Thank you. I always watch this show.
Always.
And I love to watch this show.
Uh-huh.
If there's one show which keeps me balanced, it's this one.
Balanced?
Yes, because I think there's a lot of balance and all the discussion which always come here, they keep you thinking. Like what the quote he has just said. It keeps me thinking. I think I'm the palm, I'm the...
You're the nut.
I'm the nut.
Wow.
Yes. It keeps me thinking, just right there. Yes.
So one day,
yes,
you'll be a palm tree.
For sure.
Newton, what do you do?
Babio Newton is a hustler.
Huh?
And
so you're in Kenya Kwanza?
For sure. I am a supporter of William Ruto.
Okay.
And being supporter of William Ruto does not mean you should be in Kenya Kwanza. You can support him from home. You can support him in a small ways. You can support him by emulating how he's doing his things. These days you don't have to know someone in person. You can, like now we stream things from YouTube. City Muga is somebody we haven't met so much, but every time.
But you have a relationship with City Muga.
Yes, we have a relationship. I have actually. It's called what? The one person you just see and you admire, and you see, you watch. This is something you watch on your sitting room, right? This emotional is called what? There's a way, and that's what makes journalism become a very interesting thing.
Okay, sorry, I cut your train of thought. You're telling us you're a hustler. I'm sure you do not mean hustler in the sense of your political affiliation.
No.
Okay.
I am a businessman. Yes, I do constructions. One of my latest businesses, there's a business finally I did there in Kisumu. The container business. You heard of it? It had a lot of
those clinics.
It was a container shops which were to be placed in Kisumu town.
The ones near the locals?
Yes, they were to be placed all over town.
Or the ones near the Coca-Cola place?
Yes. They were to be placed all over town. So that it was a private partnership between me and Kisumu County.
It was a PPP.
Yes. Yeah. So I was funding it and running it for 10 years. But unfortunately, those people say that in a day I was earning 4 million. So they were asking if the governor is earning 1 million shillings a day, how am I going to? How is that one going to?
How can you earn 4?
Yes.
But were you earning 4?
I had rolled out half of that project and I was earning 2.something million
a day.
But it was a good project. I've actually seen.
What was the project?
It's, put it this way, using containers as a business premise. Instead of putting up buildings, you have containers. So you have like a mall full of a container mall. So every business that you can think of is there. If it's a barber shop, if it's a wine and spirit, if it's a restaurant, they're all there, but they're containers.
Actually, Latiff, what was happening, Kisumu was restructuring. So when Kisumu was restructuring, people had been removed from the town. And there were a lot of restructuring which was going on. So when I saw that thing, I felt that was the right time to bring the idea. So the idea was to bring people back in a very structured manner. And then after people were given spaces, I had an idea of I'd talked to a certain microfinance bank, which was going to give these people loans. So there was a certain special card which you were being given. So when you had that card, you could go to that microfinance and get a loan up to 200,000 shillings. But when I did this thing for like 5 months and it was working so well, a certain politician came and told me that I was going to deny them to get people who would attend their rallies in 2022.
You see why we talk about those power purchase agreements being strict, right? You put in a 2 billion shilling project and then it's a political thing. It's the same kind of thing you're talking about.
So
here.
this guy,
a brilliant business idea. You sign a contract, but that contract has ways in which someone can just come and walk all over it.
So this person told me that, you know what, if this project work, you are going to make people so busy, people are going to be very employed. The ripple effect is that you are going to create an environment where there is no idlers, there is no one who is going to attend the rally. Now in Kisumu, if you call a rally which starts at 10, at 9 it's already full because there is no job. There is no company there. So we wanted to try to find a way of how to formalize that informal sector.
Did you have a contract?
This thing was advertised on a newspaper. I won the tender. I signed. I do not want to talk so much about the matter because it's before court.
Okay.
But one thing that I know is that this country, there are people who don't respect contract or laws which they create their own. So that is one of the business. I exported that idea to other counties. I went and did a very good project there in Kakamega. In Kakamega, I did not face any opposition. I went, had a conversation, did that thing, left it. The county is the one which is running it. But in Kisumu, the problem was that Babior Newton actually was brought up there. They saw me there. They know my parents. My parents work in Juakali there. So they are feeling that, it's like being arrested. Then you are saying, why are you leaving this jail of poverty? Why can't you just stay with us?
Stay there.
Yeah.
You also write.
I write. I write books. And in writing books, I have created a lot of connections. So this is how it works. Like I wrote Oparanya's book, which is coming also, or I wrote Raila's book, right? So from that point is where I met Oparanya, I met Joe, I met Manu Chandaria, So when I'm writing to all these people, they are paying money, and they pay top dollar, I may say. It's money which come from maybe 5 million to 7 million shillings to write one biography. So I can say that this is it's a hidden part which is not so many people know that, that one. So I take that money, I reinvest it, maybe in real estate, I buy a house like that, because I have learned that being at this age where we are in, from 30 to 40 years, it runs so fast. It runs so fast. You don't always have time because you are very energetic, but you are so much involved in so many things.
Okay.
If you concentrate in wrong things, you may just be, you will click 40 when you have no resources, and that is when life starts. So you need to be really aware of things around you. So
you've written books about Raila Odinga.
Yeah. Yes.
And others. Let's start with the Raila Odinga book. When did you publish that? When was the book released?
It was in 2017. The book was called The Raila Conspiracy. Secrets Behind Denying Him the Kenyan Presidency. I actually launched this book a month before election, just at the same time I have launched this one. And I can remember when one day I met Raila Odinga and he asked me that why have I decided on that title? And I told him that unfortunately I don't think if you are going to win this election, this one is so much predetermined. As a business person, I think you are really losing a lot. Me, I just felt he's losing money on something he was going to lose.
Okay. So had you approached him to write this book? Had he approached you to write this book? And then were you in constant consultation with him over writing later?
Okay. There are two ways of how, when I read small books, of how leaders rise. Some leaders are being nominated on the table. Some rise on their own. And some, they say, have been sent by this prophet, like David was sent. When I felt that I wanted to write, I nominated myself. It was my own idea. And it's just like Standard newspaper here. If Standard newspaper puts Raila on the front and say why Raila is winning, that is Standard media, right? So I took it as because I love writing. I wanted to write something sensational about also this person. And it's hard to write truth sometimes. Very hard, because there is a lot of opinions. But I just had to write that one. Because when I wrote the book, I approached him. I told him, I've written something here. Can you read it?
So you approached him after you wrote the book?
I wrote the book.
Okay. Is this a biography, or is this a biography of events that took place around his life?
Okay, when he gave me an opportunity now to interview him is when it becomes a biography. But before I gave it to him, it was a biography of events.
Of the events.
Then there are two types of biography. There is authorized biography, and then there is unauthorized biography. So if you look at that Raila book, you will see it is written authorized biography, though he did not agree with so many things that I wrote there. He did not agree that he was not going to be president in 2017. That was a hard fact to him. And I told the people who are editing the book with me that is my opinion. And actually, I did predict that was going to end in Supreme Court. It did, right? And actually, he didn't become the president. It was very difficult to contest with an incumbent who is in power, who knows what power is, who has unfinished business. I think that is something which in Africa people tend to wish away, but it's something. It's very hard to compete with incumbents.
So would you say then the hallmark of this authorized biography now was that election that essentially was lost? Is that the thing that folks are centering around when reading this particular book?
The book has, I have read other books which were written on Raila Odinga. You know, Raila is somebody who is an enigma.
There's a book by that title.
Yes. Actually, Raila is a statesman. He has inspired all generation. He is somebody who is, though us we were born in 90s, but people who grew up in his generation like Muga, that mentioning that Raila, name Raila, is just like he's somebody. In Badejo defines him as fragility providence. That is how Badejo defines him. So Raila is somebody who, he exists his space very well in the history, and for somebody who want to write history or who want to train in writing history, must start from discussing him, Kenyatta, Odinga, and that. If you read those 4 books, you know the history of Kenya. But you did ask me a question. I think you may come again.
Yeah, so I was saying, so in this authorized biography, was the center or the hallmark of it this election, which you said you predicted that he did not win? Was that what everything was centered around?
No, the book, it had some good research work from the 90s, or my political opinion about 90s. Though I was not born in those years, I have to concede that. But I feel that if Ford, the party, never got split into 2, might be that one will have changed the political game in Kenya. Might be Odinga will have become the president, and with Odinga being the president, Kibaki will have become president earlier. And might be that generation will have emerged earlier in 1998, that when we were dawning in 1992, he will have become president earlier than that. So there is one point where Kenyan politics got stagnant. I think is in 1990s, when Moi decided that now I'm going for the last term. I think there was some stagnation there, and it stagnated the generational change. But all in all, when he left the space, the political development that took place after that in 2002 brought change, and I think things happened at the right time. Kibaki being the president in 2002, that was a milestone for us. We need someone who is going to bring that Kibaki feeling. I was a young boy, but I felt like there is actually an opportunity to grow in this country, because my parents are commoners. My father used to, when I ask him something when I was young, he tells me that the government has taken all the money. because there is campaign. I don't know if it still happens. So I used to ask my
You don't know if it happens or if parents are still telling their kids that.
So I used to ask my father that which kind of government is this which can take all the monies because there is campaign and then return them after a campaign. So I wanted to know the government, how it works. That's why even actually when I went to study, I studied something which was called government, political science. And when I studied it, I went back and told my father that I think this was just an excuse for you to tell us that you don't have, you were putting blame on the government. So, which is very good. It's a good way of trying to balance this thing. So, the book actually tells the history of Kenyan politics, the history of Raila Odinga, in my own opinion, the history of how we got to, and one of the most matrix politics he has ever played, biggest political bandwagon Raila ever organized, called Pentagon. And you know, Pentagon is where William Ruto, Najib Balala, Norman Nyaga, Musalia Mudavadi, they formed that. Actually, that Pentagon is like a university of politics, because everyone who was there is somehow right now contributing in Kenyan political development in one way or the other. So I can attribute Raila as the teacher of politics in this country. And I can say that Moi was the professor. He was the head of dean. It's like a dean. So right now we have Hustler, who is William Ruto. Is going to be the inventor of something. He has invented something. He is the bridge between the freedom, is the bridge between Raila Odinga's type of politics and another. He is starting his own brand of politics. You know, I will attribute Raila's politics as a social, there's something that he was fighting for there, which is, Raila is fighting for freedom. He wants all Kenyans to be the same. You get it? So now we are getting into a version of politics of someone who wants Kenyans to earn the same, Kenyans to live the same life, Kenyans who are below to come on top of the table.
Can I
for
go
their
to the
matters to be discussed.
Can I go to the activities then that you then involved yourself in then that brought about the writing of this book, right?
Yeah.
So you said you met him after
Yes,
you had
yes.
already written the book.
Yes.
So did anything then change in the manner of which you were, because then one would assume that the version changed after you met the man, right?
Yes, yes.
So then did he then say, because I would think that if you were writing a biography of somebody, that you sat with them regularly, you attended meetings that they attended, you attended events that they attended, you got an opportunity to pick his brain, to really figure out how this individual worked. Because if somebody authors a biography, then you've mirrored this individual for some time.
Yeah.
You've heard from them, you've drank from their cup, etc., etc. Did you spend time doing this and writing about some of the activities that he was involved in, and then some of the things that he then told you?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. There are process of writing a biography. The first process is that you have to research on your own about that person. Let's say now I'm writing a biography about Latiff. I will research on my own. So actually there are two processes of writing a biography. First, I will ask Latiff, I want to write your biography. Are you available?
Mm-hmm.
Then we sit down with Latiff day to day. Then there is a second way of writing a biography. I've realized that Latiff doesn't have time, but I want to work on this. I work on my part first, then I will involve him once I've worked on my part and tell him, this is what I've done. Can you go and read it and see what we can add on it? And something very interesting, which I can always say, most of the people, Raila never turned that request. When I went to him, he never turned it down. He listened to it. Then after some times, he called me. We had a conversation. He asked me, just a general. Then when we finally blended is when he opened up to me on some, and then we had like around 23 questionnaires.
So in this particular case,
yes.
What was the process? Did you go to Raila and tell him, I'd like to write your biography? Are you available? And then he told you, I'm too busy. Then you started writing. Or did you write and then come to him and tell him, and told him, I have been writing, I have been working. Can you give me your opinion?
I had already engaged. When you don't have a name, like from where I was starting, I was making a name. So I tried to engage his handlers, and then they told me, just go ahead. When you are in this situation, we are going to engage on it.
Okay.
Yes.
So at what point then did you engage?
When I was having first draft, biography will be ended on 6th draft.
So at draft 1,
draft
the handlers introduced you to Raila.
Yes, after I did the first one, they introduced me because I could not proceed now from that point.
Okay.
Because
so what
when
happened
I produced,
now after you were introduced?
What happens now? They asked me to. We agreed that I go and prepare a questionnaire. A questionnaire was having 42 questions. Actually, never answered all of them. I answered like 30 questions. The rest, he had his own reservation why he was not going to answer. So those questionnaires, they became part of the book. So I incorporated them to be part of the book. Then when we were making a third draft, now they became so interested. And one thing when you're working with a politician and he has given his opinion on a document, I can tell you that the interests become different. They want to see that thing every stage.
All right.
Yes.
So by draft 3,
so I will say that I was
interested.
Lucky. I was lucky that you see, like when a football is being played, then players make a line on the defense. Then the ones who are playing on the other side think that is going to be off. Then the opponent player scores. So that is when they come to realize that it's one goal down. You get it? So I think I was lucky to be in that situation.
You scored.
Yes, I scored. And then it's when they now got interested in playing along. And they say, you see, we already have contributed in this thing. We must now have this thing address this kind of issue. Electoral justice.
And all. Let's take a break and then we go through, again, the stages. Because what we'd like to understand is the stages of writing such a book about a certain subject.
Yes.
And how you interact with the person, how you get to do your own background research.
And also, Latiff, what I want to add is not easy. It may appear very easy.
But it's not.
It's not.
You will tell us.
Thank you.
It's 27 minutes to 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Babio Newton is an author. He has written several books, one of them about Raila, another book about Ruto, and others. And he'll be telling us more about that. You can access all this from anywhere across the country because, the entire country almost the entire country is covered in 3G and 4G. Thanks a lot to the effort of the regulator, the Communications Authority of Kenya, who's been working hand in hand with those that they have licensed to operate mobile telephony in the country, and they have then made sure that we have access to 3G, 4G. Thanks also to the Universal Service Fund, which they use to promote access to communication. Communications Authority of Kenya. It's 26 to 8. Let's take a quick break, take a look at the traffic and the weather. We'll be back.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At what point do you guys always...
Mi siwezi ishi bila simu. Lazima niwe available kila saa, offline na online. Lakini siku hezi pita bila kupata hizo text za mara nimeshinda pesa, mara nimetumiwa pesa nafaa kurudisha. Tabia kama hizi zinaweza isha watu wakiregister SIM card zao kama mimi, na ni rahisi sana.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, licenses and regulates mobile operators so you can enjoy safe.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel Nkericho, good morning.
Salama sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma namwambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
$14 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 22, back down to lows of 14 today. It's 14 and cloudy as well in Nakuru. Highs of 23 and lows of 12. The rain is coming down in Nyeri at 13. Highs of 21 and lows of 12. And it's sunny in Eldoret at 14. 14 seems to be the lucky number this morning. Highs of 22 and lows of 12. Rain showers in Mombasa at 25. We'll see highs of 28. 28 will also be the high in a rainy Malindi, where it's 26 currently, and 18 degrees and sunny conditions in Kisumu. Highs of 28 and lows of 17. Partly sunny at 17. In Kakamega, highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's raining in Kampala at 22. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 17, and partly sunny conditions at 22. In Dar es Salaam, highs of 29 and lows of 28 degrees and mostly cloudy. In Johannesburg, 15 will be the high and lows of 7. And the rain showers coming down in Lagos at 25. It'll go to highs of 30. 31 will also be the high. In a clear Kinshasa, currently at 20.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
All right, so still looking at a clog up of traffic this morning in most parts, especially the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at in and outbound traffic. Let's take a look at Langata Road, which is still doing that thing all the way from the junction at Otiende out towards the interchange at Timor. So that continues. All right, what to do is happening on Mombasa Road this morning, and we're looking at some outbound traffic just around that General Motors. So that part of the road is open once again. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, that it'll still be open come the weekend, but we don't know. The fun and games continue on that part. North Airport Road going out to the Eastern Bypass, that is causing some traffic this morning. And we're looking at Savannah Road and Manyanja Road connecting with Outer Ring, and then going on towards Jogo Road and Lunga Lunga, clogged up as well with bumper-to-bumper traffic. The Thika Superhighway continues with traffic this morning, and we're going into the city via the Pangani Underpass with some traffic. Keep an eye on things, folks. Traffic Hour has officially started. Let's know what's going on where you are. Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life.
The conversation continues at 20 minutes to 8. This is the Situation Room on Spice FM. We are online as well, Spice FM KE, YouTube and Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. Babior Newton is an author who has been telling us about the work and the journey that he goes through when he is writing a book, especially biographies. And then now we are joined by a second guest in the studio, Bethwell Oduo. Good morning to you, Bethwell.
Good morning, Eric.
Good to have you on the show. Welcome to the other hot seat of the Situation Room. It's good to have you here. Bethwell, you're also an author.
Yes, I am an author, mostly known as a ghostwriter. Yeah, to be specific.
What is a ghostwriter?
A ghostwriter is somebody who writes on behalf of the main character, so to speak, for lack of a better word. We are the people behind some of the writings you see, and when it comes to biographies or autobiographies mostly, because we write for others when they want to appear as if they've written for themselves. Yeah.
So the ghostwriter is basically the person who's putting in the words for an autobiography. Like Eric Latiff is publishing his book about his stories. In some cases, he may write it himself. In some cases, he may get Bethwell to shadow him and then write the story.
Definitely.
Okay.
No.
Does a ghostwriter also just write and he publishes it under his own name?
If a ghostwriter writes and publishes under his name, it becomes a biography, not an autobiography. Yeah. I can write about Eric from my point of view, what I know about Eric. I can collect all the material I can and write about Eric. That is a biography. But when Eric writes it, his name appears on the book, but I am the one who is in the background, who has written. Eric maybe has given me some rough sketches. Some could even be handwritten. We've seen materials on foolscaps, but we put it together. After I put it together, then I write it in English, so to speak. And my name, ideally, should not even appear there. But Eric's name appears.
But the question that I think has not been asked, and we've been skirting around, is, but then are you allowed to tell people that you are the one behind it?
No. This is negotiated because ideally some ghostwriters sign an NDA where there's some things you're not supposed to say. Some are allowed to put their name there in different forms. For example, they can say this story was narrated to. They say as narrated to. Or they can say Eric Latiff with Bethwell Oduor.
Okay.
And that is negotiated. But sometimes you're a real ghost. You don't appear anywhere. Your name appears nowhere.
You don't
maybe
exist.
there's acknowledgements where they can say, I was assisted by so-and-so. Yeah.
So are we also saying that neither then can you rock up one day and decide, well, I'm going to write a biography about Eric Latiff, and you do that on your own accord? You must then, even as a ghostwriter, have the go-ahead from the subject.
No.
You don't have to have the go-ahead?
I don't have to. If it's a biography, I don't have to.
Okay.
But as a matter of politeness and courtesy, sometimes it's good to consult or to involve the person. But ideally, it's always from my point of view. If it is a biography, yes, I write what I know about the person. Let me give you examples.
Right.
President Obama. About hundreds of people have written about
biographies,
him.
yes.
They don't have to tell him.
Right.
They just write what they know about Obama and what they feel and what they have collected.
Sure.
And they roll it out in the market. So Obama sees it the way somebody else would see the book.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so essentially we've established that a biography is not necessarily the life events of an individual, but that it is facts, its truths, its opinions by an author about the subject of the writing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so who are some of the people that you've written about in the Kenyan context?
I've written some books on my own, and I have co-authored others. I've written the autobiography of Honorable Oburu Odinga, Dr. Oburu Odinga. I've co-written Phoebe Asio. I've written James Osogo, a book called Honorable Deeds, and I'm in the process of writing others. There are others I'm not supposed to disclose that I was in the background. Yes.
And how do you go about collecting your information?
Some of the subjects we write about are public figures. So you can collect information from very many sources. I can do interviews with people who know them very well, relatives, friends, former teachers, former employers, former work colleagues, or I can go to the archives. I can go to the public archives. I can go to the media archives. I've been so many times to the archives, including this place, either to pick materials, information, or even pictures that I use in the book. In my last project, I had to go and get facts from old newspapers as old as 1961, just to be sure of the dates, so that facts are not disputed, especially on several happenings that were there. So you really have to go to places. And I also remember going to villages, sort of shadowing the subject and going to villages and talking to people who knew this person and have known him for many years. And different people will give you different accounts of the subject you're writing about. So it's a project, and it takes time. It takes time. Actually, the shortest I've written was, I think, 6 months. It was the shortest time it took me to write. But in this case, this person had a raw manuscript.
They already had done a lot of the work.
Which had been done. He'd done like 40%.
Okay.
So my job is to look at it, because this is what we call the bones, and I put in the flesh. You see, look at dates, look at facts, look at the chronology of events, look at the plot, see whether it forms a story, and then arrange it in a way that when the readers go through it, they see that this was done by somebody who knows how to plot a story. Writing is basically a storytelling exercise. When you're writing a biography or even an autobiography, you must arrange it chronologically, because it's a book. The events must be sequential. Yes.
Is your experience the same?
Very much the same. He has actually said something there, which I have been asked with so many people, and they feel that if I do that, I'm actually just trying to get into that space. He has answered that a biography, you must not even involve that person. But it courtesy, you can involve him and ask him, what do you think about what I've written? Then he has also explained that ghostwriting is actually, you can decide to be known, and you can also decide not to be known, which something which is, personally, when I started writing, how I came to discover that I can do it, I first did a ghostwriting. Then it became so good. Then I said, okay, why can't I do it myself? So, and he's somebody, by the way, we've consulted a lot. Even when I was doing Raila's book, I used to consult with him and ask him. He has been in this game.
Is your mentor?
Yes, longer. So I used to consult with him and ask him, I'm doing this, what do you think? And he will advise me, do like this, go in this thing like this.
There is always the matter of what individuals may refer to as the private lives of public figures. How do you draw the line between writing what you know to be true and revealing secrets that perhaps somebody would prefer to keep hidden?
Thank you. Can I answer that? Can I go first?
You will both answer.
Oh. Now, that one is where you come, where Miguna exists. That is the gray area where Miguna comes in. If you read Peeling Back the Mask, it's almost, he's coming there. He's in that middle line. That is exactly what he wrote, speaking about the private life, private conversation, private details, private meetings. You see, when you are a ghostwriter or a biographer, if you do that, you can be sued. If you do that and it appears that it is not what happened, you're actually running, that's almost libel and defamation. So even when you are writing, you have to be sure that you are not doing a defamation.
Better?
I'll talk like a professional, because I've been through this and I've gone through the entire works. You know, the value chain involves concept all the way to the reader. And after you've done it, you must have several drafts. In the case of a biography, you must have several drafts. And at some point, when you've gone through the facts and established the facts, you must pass this document through a lawyer, somebody who can see whether there are any elements that might drag you to court, whether there is anything that would be libelous about what you've written. And if you don't do that, then you'll find yourself elsewhere when the book rolls out. And we've seen it happen.
Andrew
Morton did it, and you saw what happened. But on the other hand, you have to be careful to know where to draw a line. But it has to go through a legal hand or pen before you roll it out. Because I'm not a lawyer. I wouldn't say I would know whether this statement can be misconstrued or can be ambiguous and can be misinterpreted in a way. So you have to do that if you're a real professional biography writer. Yes, otherwise you'll be in trouble.
Why do we need these pieces of literature in society today? Why do we, oftentimes we say, some have seen it as an insult, but all right, that if you want to hide away some of these treasures, put them in books. Why is it important to have them in our societies and communities today about some of these figures?
There are many people we can write about, but I know most of the biographies that we are used to are from politicians or public figures, in a way. Now, as their name goes, these are public figures. They make decisions. They're in our lives. They determine our lives. They can shape how we are and what we do. Now, they owe us explanation. They owe us transparency. We must sometimes unmask who they are. So they have made decisions that have changed societies and lives. Now, when they go down 6 feet under, questions will be asked. Why did you make this decision?
Sure.
All the way from family to the public. Why did so-and-so decide this should happen in our country? So if this person documents why he did what he did or why she did what she did, then it helps to exonerate him from future. Or establish where the truth is.
Indeed.
For example, there's a debate going on now about who went to which school or which university. Now, if you write a biography or an autobiography, this person will say, here I am. This is my educational journey. My academic journey started here, ended here. Some of them could even give us copies of those documents that people are asking about in the annex.
Sure.
And you see, they say, I went to this school, this was my teacher, these were my work colleagues, and we interview those people. And they document it.
Do you think we write enough as African societies about individuals, about the movers and shakers of society, or even about those who want to leave a legacy for their children and things like this? Do you think we write enough?
We don't write enough. In fact, I would say the proliferation of what we are now seeing started from when Obama decided to document his life, because many people don't want to write. I remember for about 30 to 40 years, the only biographies we had were Not Yet Uhuru, Facing Mount Kenya, very few biographies. But then after Obama, we have last year we had about 5. This year we're going to have around 10 coming out. 2 weeks ago we had Zipporah Kitoni. Yesterday we had Lydia Nzomo. And in a few weeks' time there are some that I will roll out. I don't want to say here. Because they're feeling more accountable to society. They're feeling more accountable to family. Pressure comes from different sources for these people to write and document their lives.
Or even feeling more free and comfortable to speak up about their accomplishments and the challenges that they've gone through in life.
And you see, they do it. If you look at most of the people who write about their stories, they are averagely above 55, not younger, because they feel obliged. And there is this saying that the older you are, if you can't lie, if you can't speak the truth, why lie? All this makes them want to write.
But it has also been said that people write biographies do intimate it to hide the truth, because they give the version of events as they would see or as they deem suitable.
Right.
And it's in the public domain. So that is what people consume.
It will be on record.
It will be on record.
And for sure, you see, like in other developed democracy, let's say in the United States of America, if a presidential candidate someone want to run for president, he writes his story so that if Latiff come and write a story later, it is just a counter of what the story that narrated. So they write the original version of what they want to be known.
You own your story.
Yes, like Condoleezza Rice, no higher honor. He's the one who knows what he faced when he was the Secretary of State, right? What the experiences. So if any other person comes and writes a story after he has written his story, and that's why many people are encouraged to write their own story first, before anything. Like if William Ruto had written his own biography, now his own, he has sat down and written his own autobiography, right? My book will have come second. So my book will have written a totally different thing. I want to go this direction because he would have addressed most of his life stories.
I've seen instances where somebody writes his autobiography, but then if he's a public figure, a well-known public figure, for example, Winston Churchill or President of America, or Oginga Odinga, for example, you'll find that his PA could write Odera Odinge wrote about his journeys with Odinga. We've seen the Queen's butler writing her book. We've seen a gardener writing a book about the Queen. We've seen different people who are around or associated with the person. Even the physician writing what he knows about that particular person. So books are written and then revised or updated.
As a ghostwriter, so you are ghosting my autobiography. And then I've given you this is what I want to come out, right, in this story. But you, in your own research, you establish that some of those things are embellishments of the truth. Do you have an obligation to actually go with what I'm telling you or to correct it?
I told you in some instances we sign an NDA. And when you're writing about yourself, there are some things you might not want the public to know. And I'll be honest, there are some things that are not written in autobiographies. Because if they are written, they might be libellous. Don't forget, the moment you document something, it can be used in a court of law.
It's evidence.
Because you approved it for public
consumption.
Because before it is published, you have to approve it. If it's an autobiography. Now, if it is a bio and somebody writes something about, that is not true about you, you will go to court. If it's an autobiography and you signed an indemnity with the ghostwriter, then it is a public document. Now, if you hid something, if you hid something from that, then you are opening up the box for other people to write your biography and talk about the truth.
A question, Bethwell,
yeah,
is I am lying in my autobiography. Well, there's not necessarily lying, but there's some part of the story
you're not comfortable. You're economical with the truth.
Yes, and you as a person who's writing, who's putting it in English, can clearly see this guy is lying. Will you go with that? Are you obligated to go with what I'm saying, or do you have an obligation to say this one we can't put it that way because it's not the truth?
Well, we've been accused of being merchants of
peddling falsehood.
Yes, that happens because I only document what you have told me, and that's why at the beginning I said sometimes we indicate there in a byline to say as narrated to,
as by,
as narrated to,
yes,
or with, which means what is there is what you told me, nothing outside.
Yeah.
So I do my job, I go my way. Yeah.
Bethwell and Babio, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. It's a short 1 hour. We'd like to have you again so we can even talk further in subsequent Fridays. It's an interesting conversation, right? Accept our invitation, open invitation. Babio Newton is an author. He's written several books. The one that's out now is
The Rise of a Hustler.
The Rise of a Hustler.
From chicken seller to presidency.
Hey.
Something you really need to read.
Bethwell Oduo is also an author. What's your latest project?
My latest book was an autobiography of Dr. Oburu Oginga. It's called In the Shadow of My Father. Yes.
That's another nice one. It was also serialized in
the
nation.
It was serialized in the local
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us, and have a lovely day. Keep it here for more conversations coming up. Good morning, 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta has convened an Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Council meeting today. The meeting, the second of its kind called by President Kenyatta after the first was held on April 21st, barely a week following the official registration of the coalition party, will be held at KICC starting 10 a.m. The head of state, who is the chairperson of the council, stated that the meeting will be chaired by party leader and presidential aspirant Raila Odinga. Newswire is following up on that and will be bringing you the latest in a subsequent news bulletin. Now, the government has reiterated its commitment to improve conditions of incarceration by transforming prisons from punitive to rehabilitation centers. Interior CS Fred Matiang'i said the government is also determined to improve the working conditions of prison officers and is currently constructing a level 4 hospital at the Prison Staff Training College to serve both officers and the surrounding community. The CS spoke during the official opening of the 2022 Cadet Officers course at the Prison Staff Training College in Ruiru. This as a new Level 4 hospital in Ruiru will be named after the fallen commandant of the Kenya Prison Staff Training College. The facility within the college compound will be renamed Wanini Kereri Magereza Hospital in remembrance and honor of the departed officer, according to Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i. Kenya is set to host more resident diplomatic missions for Caribbean states after the formalization of diplomatic relations between Kenya and 2 additional CARICOM states, Belize and Antigua and Barbuda. Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Ambassador Rachel Omamo, who is leading the Kenyan delegation to the Commonwealth Foreign Ministers meeting in Kigali, Rwanda, held consultations with foreign ministers of the 2 CARICOM states. During discussions on the sidelines of the meeting, Omamo noted that under President Uhuru Kenyatta's leadership, Kenya has continued to value its relations with CARICOM and reaffirmed the commitment of Kenya to spur these relations through opening channels for people-to-people interactions, trade and exchange of educational programs, among other areas. And officers who took off on Embu Meru Highway near Kangaru Girls High School during an operation by Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission have been arrested. According to EACC, the officers who abandoned their vehicle will be dealt with in accordance with the law. EACC was undertaking random spot checks following reports of bribery on major roads. The anti-corruption body noted that besides the culpability attributable to traffic police officers, there are many road users deliberately flouting traffic regulations and then proceeding to offer bribes to their police. National Hockey Women's Team head coach Jacqueline Mwangi is clear in her mind the areas that Blades must improve on as the Birmingham Commonwealth Games draws near. The team, which had taken a short break, resumed training Monday at the Moi International Sports Centre this week, with Mwangi calling for total concentration as the travelling squad has been named. Mwangi notes cohesion will be key in the team going to Birmingham Fiesta. Mwangi is happy they can prepare without worrying about facilitation this time round, one of the challenges the team has always faced when preparing for international assignments. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The news on Spice FM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
102.5 Spice FM.
Okay, so where are we? The bigger problem this morning is that visibility is really, really low because of the low clouds that we're seeing in Nairobi and then moving into actually most of the country this morning. So we have to keep an eye on things. We're looking at the Eastern Bypass. It's really clogged, as well as other parts of the city. Jogo Road, heavy traffic as you're going out towards the train station, then out towards Landis Road, into the CBDs where we see most of the action this morning, and as well as Uhuru Highway, which clogs up as you go out into the CBD and then out towards Westlands. Keeping an eye on things on the Thika Superhighway as well. Really thick traffic just past the Utali Drift out towards the Pangani Underpass. Not too bad on Kiambu Road this morning, but Limuru Road, in and outbound traffic continues to be a thing this morning. Let's keep an eye on things, guys. Spice FM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the
6
Situation Room.
Good morning.
The only
Welcome
way to start
the
your
third
day.
hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. We are live on Spice FM. We are also live on KTN Home. We are live on YouTube and Facebook and www.spicefm.co.ke. CT Muga has the day's proverb.
Yes, from Angola. Don't despise the nut. One day it will be a palm tree.
Don't despise the nut.
One day it will be a palm tree. Don't despise the palm tree. One day it will produce a nut, which in turn will produce a palm tree. Yes. And the palm goes on.
It's a circular economy.
Circular economy.
Circular economy.
So the language that's spoken in, and I knew it sounded like my name, so that's what I was trying.
The Kiswahili of Angola
the
is?
Kiswahili of Angola is Umbundu.
Umbundu.
Yes. Or there's Kimbundu.
Mm-hmm.
So along those two lines, that's what I was looking at. I was trying to remember.
Okay. And the dance of Angola is Kizomba.
There's also another language is popular, and so you find a lot of the words are the same. It's called Kigongo.
Now, do these languages or these dialects, are they influenced by the neighbors? Because remember, Angola also neighbors DRC.
Yes. So
and Congo Brazzaville.
Yes.
Yes.
So Kigongo, very much like Lingala.
Yes.
In Congo. Yes.
We're going to switch our conversation to politics. Before we do that, I'd like to acknowledge a story here in page 3 of the Standard this morning. Remember this celebrated lady who was called Wanini Kereri, who was in the Kenya prison service.
Yes.
Who really, really revolutionized how we view and treat prisoners, starting with the Langata Women Prison. She went to Shimolatewa, and she went to the prison training college, and she was a commandant, and she passed away last month. Now, a level 4 hospital in Ruiru, Kiambu County, will be named after the fallen commandant of the Kenya Prison Staff Training College. Interior CS Fred Matiang'i says the facility will be called Wanini Kereri Magereza Hospital in honor of the departed officer. He spoke yesterday in Ruiru during the launch of a new training course for prisons, and he said the first batch of 226 cadets will be medical professionals who will work in the hospital. Paying tribute to Kereri, Matiang'i said the fallen officer had served selflessly, hence the government's decision to name the facility after her. Beautiful. Beautiful.
These are heartwarming stories.
Oh, yes.
And they are thoughtful stories because clearly somebody who has actually achieved something, not just noteworthy, but something that will last for posterity is actually being honored.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely, because we're talking about a big deal here that previously prisoners has seen as,
object.
Or those who are just left to whatever fate that being locked away in a cage would then deliver to them. But she's saying, look, these are people who have gone, yes, maybe for a conviction that they've had to suffer, etc., but we still see them as human beings. And she was, extremely forthright in her belief, one. Secondly, she did everything she could to make sure that the dignity, at least at some level, is upheld. And I think it's remembered to date, probably for future generations, that yes, they're behind bars, but guess what?
They're
are human beings.
And they will come out and rejoin us in society.
The other person who is credited with doing a lot was one former Vice President, Mudi Awori.
Yes.
Yes.
When he was the Minister for Internal Affairs.
Yes, he was.
And in charge of the prisons.
Yes.
Very, very good stuff, this one. So, the politics. The headline in the Standard today, what the new IEBC numbers reveal. Newly gazetted list of voters indicates that the top 2 presidential candidates will each start off with at least 2 million votes in their strongholds as they take the fight to the battlegrounds. Now, IEBC has now gazetted the voters register and says the number of voters that we have, the demographic, the distribution per polling station, and going all the way into the counties. Let's look at the counties, shall we? Coast has registered 1.96 million voters. The northern region, these are the counties of Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, have 882,000 registered voters. The Ukambani region, the counties of Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni, have 1.699 million registered voters. The central, southern, and north rift counties of Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kericho, Bomet, Nandi, Baringo, West Pokot have a combined 2.432 million voters. Others in the Rift Valley, that is Turkana, Samburu, Narok, and Kajiado, have 1.2 million voters. Western Kenya, Trans Nzoia, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, Busia, 2.6 million voters. Luo Nyanza, the counties of Siaya, Kisumu, Homa Bay, and Migori, 2.16 million voters. Kisii, Nyamira, 960,000 voters. Nairobi City County, 2.415 million voters. This is a county with the highest number of registered voters. And then we have Mount Kenya counties of Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Kiambu, Laikipia, and Nakuru. All of those have 5.77 million voters. So if you look at them regionally, Mount Kenya has 5.7 million voters. Coast has 1.9 million voters. The combination of Central, Southern, and North Rift has 2.4 plus 1.2 million voters. That's 3.6 million voters. Luo Nyanza has 2.1 million voters. Western has 2.6 million voters. And the Kisii Nyanza has 960,000 voters. Distribution this way. And then look at the main presidential campaigns, the Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza, and look at their perceived strongholds. That's why the story is saying they start off in more than 6.6 million votes in 15 battleground counties, hold key to who between William Ruto or Raila Odinga will win the presidential election. The figures released on Wednesday night by the IEBC have defined the regions that Ruto and Raila must concentrate on to win the 6.6 million votes in the swing counties, even as parties ensure their strongholds remain intact. Based on recent political trends and previous presidential results, Kakamega, Narok, Kwale, Kilifi, Tana River, Lamu, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Isiolo, Kajiado, Turkana, Samburu, and Nairobi were the swing counties of 6.6 million votes.
More details need to be given in my mind, because when you talk about swing votes or swing counties, what you're in essence saying that either of the contestants has a chance, or you have people who have clearly indicated their preference, but you have an undecided vote that is huge. Now that undecided vote, in my mind, represents what you call swing, because they need to be persuaded. So are we saying that in all these counties that have been mentioned, you have a huge undecided vote? Are we saying that it is clear that the voting pattern or the preferences that have been seen by the polling agents and others have shown a clear sharing, maybe a 50-50 sharing or an equal sharing, and yet the overriding factor here is that the undecided vote is great? Because if there is no undecided vote that is enormous, how then does it become a swing vote?
I guess what it's coming from, and it's a very good question that you're asking, because are we just throwing in words because we've seen words used in previous elections elsewhere?
Yes.
Swing vote,
yes.
Battleground states,
Yes.
all those things, they sound good. Or are we actually talking, what are we talking about? In the Kenyan context, I think would be referring to is looking at the main candidates and looking at their historical strongholds.
Yes.
This will be based on tribe, and it will also be based on previous support.
Yes.
So for Raila Odinga, for example, Nyanza, both Luo and Kisii Nyanza, is a traditional stronghold of Raila's.
Yes.
Based on previous elections.
Mm.
Coast is a traditional stronghold of Raila's.
Yes.
Based on previous elections.
Yes.
William Ruto, on the other hand, based on his background, Rift Valley, North Rift, is a stronghold,
Yes.
right? Based as well on the campaign so far, what we've seen, Mount Kenya region is a stronghold of, I don't mean he has a majority, I just mean that he has a substantial number of supporters.
He has had the largest say in that particular region.
He has had a substantial number of open supporters in Mount Kenya.
Yes.
So, stronghold. So then the others where now people haven't really come out. For example, now you don't know Lamu. Is Lamu going to vote with the entire coastal bloc the same way they've been voting or not? How is Marsabit going to vote? How is Mandera going to vote? Those maybe now are the ones who, traditionally,
yes,
those ones have tended to sway this way or the other.
You see, the reason why I query this particular leaning of this article is because, one, the same Standard newspaper pointed to us a very interesting facet about the demographics of the voter in this country. The one group of people who seem to have gained or at least attracted the attention of the presidential candidates, or any candidate for that matter, are what we call the youth vote. Okay? Now, the potency, the strength was demystified by that particular article. That yes, they are the number of young people, yes, that group, it's populous. But then the issue here is not the number, it's the number of registered voters within that age group. Okay? Below the age of 35. Now, one could argue, if you're looking at the demographics of the youth, you could say they are a swing vote. You could argue, because people who are older, there are those who will argue, they have already determined who it is they wish to support. It's unlikely that they'll change their mind either which way. And even if they do, the numbers are statistically insignificant. But the young people, especially those who in the last 5 years have entered that group of people who can now vote, they are the ones who could actually present as, in my view, that swing vote. But then there's something else about the dynamics of our political system. This is something that is very, very unique. If I look at the conversations that are coming out from all these counties, there is a very, very strong move towards supporting individuals as opposed to supporting an individual because they belong to a party. Parties are still strong and they have a big say. But look at the number of independent candidates. One could say those are just people who want to vie. Yes, it is true. But you need to look at the number of individuals who are vying as independents in backyards that have strong political leaders and strong political parties. It says something.
It does. And look at the individual parties who today are part of alliances, whether you want to give the optics of a united front. Look at the parties who are having conversations with their people about selecting people from the party and not with the national umbrella perception that you want to give. Yes. It's an issue. It's not the way it was before, that you take everything that comes on the buffet and then you go and have your meal. In this case, people are going to be very selective about the individuals that they have. Yes, you may have the president. Yes, you may have the governor, whatever. But in terms of the micro decision that we're going to make that decision for ourselves. The reasons as to why a vote may go the swing way, I think also comes, or rather points to the fact that there truly are a significant number from the population of voters who are not decided in terms of who they feel would rule best.
Yes.
Or who they feel would govern best. That maybe, as is the case for a lot of people, they're waiting until the last minute before they're, finally
they
convinced
make a decision.
of this decision that they ought to make. right? That, all right, let's keep hearing it. Let's keep sifting it through. Let's keep hearing it. I'm not going to be your sycophant decision maker at the very beginning. Just because you come and have a rally and you say, I am going to do this. There are those who will decide at the drop of a hat. But then there are other people who are going to wait out the process and say, okay, we still have some time. After all, we've got 50 so odd days until we make a decision when it comes to the ballot. But significantly, we want to wait and see what it is that you have to offer to us.
But also, I think in the case of how Kenyan elections have gone, and you even mentioned it many times, CT, we vote by communal backgrounds.
Yes, we do.
There's a lot of influence on who the candidate is, and then who the voters are going to vote for. So, for example, that's why they keep saying, if Mount Kenya this time does not have skin in the game, then they've got to be given something that shows why they should have skin in the game.
Precisely.
And then those adults in Mount Kenya would be sitting back and thinking, okay, so we don't have a candidate. So I'm going to wait and see what I'm offered. And that's why you would see the two campaigns, for example, I'm sure, and David Morathi joins us, we'll introduce him shortly. We'll see why Raila went Mount Kenya, why Ruto went Mount Kenya with a running mate.
Precisely.
To have skin in the game. Indeed. So that there's 6 million, 5 points, what million voters again? Did I say? 5.7.
Please don't confuse the millions with the millions that were in someone's cupboard. Yeah?
The ones in the wardrobe.
The ones in the wardrobe, not that one. This one we're talking about people. Yes.
It's human beings.
Yes, human beings.
The 5 million shillings that was in a car somewhere.
Yes, or the 6 that were reduced to 2. Not those ones. These are people.
5.7 million voters in
Thank
Mount
you very
Kenya
much.
region.
Yes.
David Morathi is the vice chairperson of Jubilee Party. He joins us in the Situation Room. Mheshimiwa Morathi, good morning.
Morning, Latiff. I'm so sorry. There is a real mess on the expressway.
Hiya, what's happening?
Oh dear.
Yeah, because guys don't pay prepaid. You know, you have an ETC, electronic.
Yes.
And then guys want to pay on the spot.
Yes.
So there's a queue.
So it affects even
it
those
affects actually slower than the normal.
They don't have a lane for people who have prepaid. And
they do. But what happens, they pile up, blocking even that lane, particularly on the exits. But on the highway, you can do 7 minutes from Museum Hill to the airport.
7 minutes?
7.
It's like flying.
It is.
It is.
But Latiff,
but you're here.
It's good to see you.
You know, David, we've talked about you being on the show a number of times.
Yes.
Finally, it has happened.
Finally.
Welcome to
but
the
I've been very scared of this one, so
which one?
I've been trying to avoid you.
This one is actually you.
She's so tough on people. I saw her with Kabogo and I'm like, hey, I don't want to do that one.
I really am gentle as a dove.
Anyway, please good to be here.
Karibu.
And sorry for the delay again.
Apology accepted. Welcome to the hot seat. We are talking about the politics as we see it. I mean, now IEBC has gazetted the voter demographics, the total number of voters and the distribution of voters. It's a headline in the nation, in the Standard today. You, of course, are right there in the kitchen of this political campaign from the very beginning. As the vice chair of Jubilee, you've participated in the last, how many elections now? 6?
97 to now. You are not born.
Since 97, you have been there in the campaigns for all those elections.
Right.
So looking at you, at this, for you, these numbers must mean something.
Yes, because we do scenarios and we are almost always correct. Almost always.
Apart from 202.
No. 202 we were relying on Nyayo. Because we never believed Nyayo can lose.
Okay.
And we were winning until that Tosha moment. Nobody could believe that Kamodo, Raila, Kalonzo, Saitoti would go and say Kibaki Tosha. Once that happened, we were dead. But we were winning.
So apart from that one,
yes,
the others you've...
To the point.
Okay. Explain to us.
Because in 2007 we agreed that Uhuru should go back home. He inherited the Kibaki infrastructure and backyard because we had just come out of the 2005 referendum where we sided with the north side against the rest of Mount Kenya. The Mount Kenya was yes, as in bananas, and we were in orange. And orange mutated into political formation. And I remember they were saying, Wembe Ule Ule. And Uhuru's idea at that time is that, look, we are being herded into one corner as a community, and it would be the rest of Kenya against Mount Kenya. And true to form, in 2007, it was 41 against 1. And that's history. The rest is history. Forward to 2013, and Uhuru left it for Musalia Mudavadi to deal with the ICC cases. And then there was a lot of pressure, particularly from the sitting politicians, because they wanted to ride on his back to make it. And they forced him back on the ballot. And he had actually left it for Musalia. Musalia ran 400,000 votes. Uhuru ran with Ruto, the peace dividend. We were talking about the warring communities, the people who are next door to each other, the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin. And 2013 was the most peaceful election, even after it went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court found in favor of our side. There were no demonstrations. There was nobody making noise. I'm actually told they went to Zanzibar and they avoided the inauguration. Fast forward to 2017, our numbers were spot on, 54 to 44. And that is what happened. We came out with 54%. The 2013 was 50 plus 1, which they were saying was by 8,000 votes. When they computed properly, it was 80,000, the 50 plus 1. And remember, 50 plus 1 is 50% plus one vote. Your vote. Your vote matters. It could be that one vote that decides helps somebody cross over. So in 2017, despite the ruling by the Supreme Court, the numbers were clear. However, there were processes, procedures, the arguments about transmission and all that. Fairly technical, but we were spot on, 54 to 44. And even this time, we know the numbers.
So, David, essentially we are saying that the numbers matter, and that would we go further to say that anybody who is playing in this arena would be a fool not to consider the numbers, whether they're working for you or not?
We have actuaries. In fact, somebody like Sakaja was part of our team, cracking those numbers. And we are very, very realistic. We check all the opinion polls and everybody, but Kenya is a very interesting demographic. You know, for example, in Luo Nyanza, it's locked for Raila. When you go to Western, he almost always defeats Musalia in Western, because you have Kakamega with Raila, Busia with Raila, Vihiga with Raila. They split Bungoma. Trans Nzoia with Raila. So if you look at Rift Valley, in Turkana right now, Raila is ahead. If you look at Nakuru, he's ahead. If you look at Masayan Land, he's ahead. Both Samburu, Narok, and Kajiado. If you look at Nairobi, the combination of Uhuru and Raila supporters, it's a long shot for Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha. You go down Taveta, Raila. Kwale, they have a chance because of Mvoria. Mombasa, locked. Tana River, locked. Kilifi, I live in Kilifi actually. I'm in Watamu. And Kingi called me last night. I think he's coming back because the ground is bad.
Whatever makes you say that, David.
No.
Based
Call
on
him.
Conversations that you have.
He's around.
So what
Call him to confirm that.
What conversation did you have with him? I mean, what's been happening in Kilifi?
You see, there's what you call the Griama nationalism. And actually, PA was supposed to say, no. Everybody has their regional party. And in fact, that was the other problem in Mount Kenya, where they were feeling they needed an anchor party. UDA's philosophy was no parties in Mount Kenya. Everybody was supposed to go to UDA. And that's why you're finding Kiunjuri making noise, Kabogo making noise, Moses Kuria. Although Moses, you can't tell. He's like London weather. You've been to London? It's drizzling in the morning.
Drizzling and the sun is shining in the afternoon. And then it's drizzling an hour later.
And, you know.
Back to Kilifi, David. So what's happening in Kilifi? What is this that makes you say that Kilifi is locked?
Because when PAR signed with Kenya Kwanza, Kingi is the one who signed, but the ground did not move. He has now realized the ground did not move with him. So he's coming back to his people. We have issues which we cannot interrogate here about some of the qualifications of people like Aisha Juma, you know, the one of Kiuno. And we have Mungaro, who is the ODM Azimio candidate. And by the way, I'm also the vice chair of Azimio. So not just Jubilee. Right now, we are in that coalition to go into this election to continue with the agenda of His Excellency and the former Prime Minister of trying to have a face of Kenya into the political space.
Okay. As you walked in, David, we were having a conversation amongst ourselves and trying to understand, well, we're seeing, you know, use of words such as swing counties, swing votes, battleground counties. Do those exist?
Yes. You have safe, you have the middle ground, and you have the hostile. It would be foolhardy to try to go into a county like Western Gishu and put your resources, energy, time, and effort. But what has happened in this election, which is very interesting, Mount Kenya has no candidate. And what that portends is that there's going to be a lot of apathy in Mount Kenya. Now, because they had no stakes, everybody went hunting in Mount Kenya. All right? Now, Mount Kenya is a battleground state or county, the region. The others are defined. The minute Kalonzo joined Azimio, it was locked for Ukambani. Raila had already locked Nyanza. Western is also a battle ground.
The whole of Western or part of Western?
Part of. And actually, like I said earlier, Raila almost always defeats anybody in Western. Kakamega neighbors Kisumu. And there's a lot of intermarriages and they speak the same language. The Busia are actually Luos. All right?
Not entirely true.
I am telling you, they are the lake. All right? Sioport, whatever, Funyula, whatever. That is why Kinawanjala went there from Fort Kenya.
Actually, Mheshimiwa, you have a point when you say that because of the neighboring Luo communities. Over time, people have moved back and forth. If you look around, say, for instance, the Manyala,
yes,
just the population of Luo speakers, and because of the intermarriage, yes. But the communities in Busia are actually very distinct in that they have their language, their dialect.
But you'll be shocked.
But the leaning that they have towards ODM is profound. So to say they're predominantly Luo is actually not true.
By the way, the only other community in Busia is the Iteso.
Yes.
And they are Niloites.
Yes, they are.
They don't even circumcise.
No,
my sister is married there to Ekirapa. I can give you the demographic of Busia. Apart from the Wako side, the former AG, the rest, Mudia Wori, Funyula, down
the Samia,
Siopo, the Samia,
yes,
Julia Ojambo, and all that.
Yes.
These are Luos.
And I'm saying
it's only the Teso, the Iteso, are the only in Busia who, and that is why Ojamong was able to become the governor, because they were able to combine with the ODM vote, the Luo vote, and the Teso vote. which also now moves on to Bungoma. And they have the fights across, the cultures, because the Bukusu are, tough. You have seen their circumcision ceremonies.
There are those who say, the anthropological discussion I'm going to move away from.
Right.
Because it actually makes for interesting listening.
Yeah.
But, Mheshimiwa, there is something that...
Before you go there, then, CT.
We're going for a break?
Yes, let's take a break. It's 25 minutes to 9, Kenya's biggest conversation. David Murathe, the vice chairperson of Azimio, vice chairperson of Jubilee, is here with us in the studio. One of those who have been strategizing on where the votes are going to come from in this election, and he's here telling us where the votes are going to come from. Now we know where the votes are. Now, where are Azimio going to get their votes from? That's a conversation we're having, reminding you that the Communications Authority has been working tirelessly to ensure that almost the entire country gets access to communication services. So there's broadcasting, all those radio stations, TV stations that have been licensed. There's internet connectivity, and everybody who has access to that because they have licensed their service providers. There is telephony because they have licensed the telco companies, and they've made sure that all those have bases across the country. This is thanks, in large part, to the work of the Communications Authority. Time for a break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The University of Nairobi, the leading university in Eastern Central Africa, invites its alumni, well-wishers, and partners to the auspicious launch dinner of the UON Foundation on Thursday, 30th June from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Chancellor's Court, Graduation Square. The foundation will support the university in fulfilling its mission of teaching and learning, research, and community service. To attend, register and get your tickets on tikohub.co.ke for only 5,000 shillings. To support, donate, and inquire, visit www.uonfoundation.unbi.ac.ke. The UON Foundation. Together for change.
Yaani mtu ako Nairobi na nimemuzia ng'ombe. Sijatoka shamba, lakini school fees za huyo mtoto nishalipa tayari.
Nikiwa na shida.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities, and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response?
Cloudy conditions still
Tarmacking
in Nairobi at 16 currently. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 14. It's sunny at 16 in Nakuru. Highs of 23. We'll see highs of 21 in Nyeri. It's raining now at 13. 14 degrees and sunny in Eldoret. Highs of 22. It's raining in Mombasa at 25. And we'll see rain showers continue in Malindi at 26. Cloudy conditions at 20 in Kisumu. 20 as well in Kakamega. And looking into Kampala, heavy thunderstorms at 21. It's mostly sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam. And we're seeing foggy morning in Johannesburg at 6. We'll see highs of 30 in a rainy Lagos and highs of 32 in a sunny Kinshasa.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
All right, so we're looking at indeed, there is traffic on the expressway this morning, and we're looking at many exits with that red line. Not quite sure what's going on this morning, but the expressway is going to give it off this morning with some of that. Jogo Road is quite packed. We're looking at that whole industrial area circuit. Lunga is feeding off onto the Likoni interchange on Mombasa Road, and that slows down just a little bit. Remember that turning off of Mombasa Road through General Motors is open today, so you don't have to use Enterprise or go on that morning journey towards Cabanas. Langata Road still continues this morning with the traffic at the interchange, and also looking at the Thika Superhighway a lot better now. Pangani Underpass is packed. However, let's keep a look at what's going on. Talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
20 minutes to 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. The situation
done right.
KT and Home Online. Your hosts, CT Muga, Okoh, Eric Latiff, and our guest this morning is David Morale, the Vice Chairperson of Jubilee and also the Vice Chairperson of the Azimio Coalition. What are you, Vice Chairperson of the Council or of the committee?
The NEC, the National Executive Committee.
Yes. CT, you had a question for David.
Yes, I was referring to what Mheshimiwa said with regards to all these counties being locked. Yes, historically it is clear that voters in certain parts of the country have shown consistent preference for certain candidates. That's certain. But I was going to talk about an appearance by one former Minister for Interior, one Mr. Kimemia, and the discussion was on Citizen TV, and they were talking about the deep state and his comments about how the deep state can actually assist and how the deep, I see Mheshimiwa is smiling. Yes. Now, if I take the view that was expressed by the governor and I look at the positions he has held in government, very sensitive, over time, I could argue that the man knew what he was talking about, because the dockets he has held are the dockets that actually ensure that we have security and intelligence running smoothly and ensuring things work in the country. So, others have also said that when you hear ministers within this current government talking about statistics and data, we seem to favor the Azimio candidate. The argument has been that this election has already been predetermined by the state. What are your views on this?
There's nothing like a deep state. Okay.
Really?
There was something like deep throat. Was it in Nixon?
Yes.
In the US?
Yes.
And I think that was Henry Kissinger. But there's something called the National Security Advisory Committee, where you have all the chiefs of intelligence, NSIS, the army, the interior, and all those guys.
Yes.
And the deputy president, actually, when the president is not around, is the one who chairs the NSAC. It's called NSAC. And I think the secretary is the attorney general, because he's the principal advisor to the government. Now, these guys have access to certain information, intelligence-based information. I think the problem this time is when you have some civil servants coming out political. Ministers are actually allowed in our constitution. If you read that section 15, it says a state officer or a public officer is not allowed to dabble in politics, except cabinet secretaries, because they are appointed to propagate a certain agenda, a certain manifesto of the party that appointed them. So when he's out there opening roads or water dams or whatever, he is actually propagating the manifesto of the government of the day. And it is there in the constitution. Ministers are allowed. Civil servants, on the other hand, are not. And that is why you find now during the campaign period, you will not see any PS, you will not see the Andrew Wakahus of this world featuring. But Andrew is in charge of the delivery. And he is a guy with the data of what Jubilee administration has delivered. So as an officer accounting on delivery, he's perfectly entitled. They have access to this information. Remember, in terms of security and all that, there's no way they are not going to get involved in the electoral process.
So accusations have been flung, that the state machinery, again, is being used to push this particular side of the agenda, David. And we cannot run away from the way it looks. Optics play a very vital role in all of this, with which anybody could throw it at your side and say, look, you're using state resource, you're using state personnel,
on the
you are pushing a particular agenda, and it should not be allowed constitutionally and otherwise.
If I can tell you how we won the 2013, was to get out of the state machine. That same Kimemia you're talking about were the principal proponents of Musalia presidency to succeed Kibaki. If you want to lose an election, use the state machinery, use the state apparatus. Because these are career civil servants. They're about their jobs. They're about themselves. And they will invest on both sides. Right now, you have a huge percentage of the state machine with William Ruto. He said the other day, he gets intelligence briefs. He said, forget those opinion polls they are giving you. I have mine from the same
source.
System. Uhuru, actually, God hasn't told us, I don't want to have anything to do with the system. That was in 2013. You guys, he formed a team. J.B. Muturi, J. Muturi, Alfie Getonga. And he said, we want to run and we want to win this thing. We're not going to depend on this one. They are betting on who can come. So in most cases,
So
they
they
invest,
put their badges-
they
their
invest
hedges
on both sides. All right? And there's, like I said, there's nothing like deep state. Deep state is an operational state apparatus. It's a state machine which advises the president.
Are there no people within this state machinery who wield certain powers because of the positions that they hold, whether directly or indirectly, and then they're also able to swing influences in certain ways?
They will never influence an election. Chiefs, for example, they are hated on the ground. And that is the administration. If you recruit chiefs to be your campaigners, they can coerce people, all right? But when the chiefs are down, that is the last unit you want to rely on. But in terms of organizing people, and can I tell you why the BBI flopped? Is when the government machine started being the ones collecting the signatures, all right? And they were not supposed to get involved in that. If we had our own, like, party workers, party volunteers, party mobilizers, doing those signatures, there was nothing that would have stopped BBI. But the minute you have a PS, the minute you have a chief, the minute you have an officer of state being the one out there promoting that agenda, it goes.
So right now, as we see, like you're saying, we have PSs and CSs who are coming out and speaking, and they appear to be supporting one side, or the perception is that they're supporting one side. That is working against Azimio?
Not quite. You see, the president already has pronounced himself on his preference, right? These guys are taking cue. And by the way, remember, it's your democratic right to choose. The fact that you're a CS or you're a PS does not mean you do not hold a view about who you'd prefer to be your next head of state. And that's why you find the president is not out there campaigning. He's not on rooftops. He's not on a caravan. He's not going out to campaign for Azimio. He's the chair, remember, of the Azimio coalition. Of course, the party leader of Azimio is the presidential candidate, Raila Amolo Odinga. Whenever he has an opportunity to pronounce himself, like if he's going to open a road in Taveta or somewhere, and there are people out there, he will tell them. He met the Akorino, I think. Was it last Sunday?
Yes.
And he was there telling them, look, in my view,
this is the way to go.
This is the right guy for the transition to succeed me. Because he has promised to carry on with the agenda.
But Mheshimiwa, when you have now these state officers coming and public officers coming out to openly speak and say, yes, they could be taking the cue from the president, but they are coming out to show favor with one side. Is that working in favor of Azimio? Is that working against Azimio?
I think, like I said before, ministers are allowed by law to do that. State officers, public officers, PSs, they are not allowed to do that. They can express themselves in their own private individual capacities. But what we are building in this country are institutions. There will be people who say certain things about Chebukati team, others, like right now, both sides, and she said it, are very suspicious of what's going on at the IEBC. But if Chebukati can stay firm and focus on the job, supported by the Chilobas, who he actually fired, he was the CEO of IEBC, if they can deliver a free, fair, transparent election. Remember, this election happens actually at the polling station. They are counted at the polling station. Everybody is supposed to have their agents and a tallying center where those agents give them the feedback. What is the issue right now? 1,100 something places which are not covered. I hope you asked Chiloba about that. And even the telcos themselves, they should be able to invest. Why the laptops didn't happen is because of the power issues. Kenya Power tried with off-grid systems. But when you do not have power, and that is why the penetration right now is between 70 to 80% reach. Kenya Rural Electrification, they had a fantastic rollout, including areas where you do transmission lines, what they were calling the railway to nowhere, right? If you can take power to some very remote area in Pokot or Turkana or Samburu, then you can have access to 3G, to transmission, 4G, and the telcos should invest in some of those places so that you can do that electronic transmission. However, I'm told Chebukati has got these gadgets which are like satellite telephones to transmit that. But you, the candidates, must have your own people down there who should be able to transmit that result to your tallying center. I can tell you for free, everybody knows everybody else's result before the Bomas National Tallying Center announces. Because we know what they got in Gatanga, in Kegio. We know what they got in Ithanga. They also know. They were counted. See, we were all there.
You have all
what
your
you need
agents there.
is a system that makes sure you have agents and they're alert and they're not compromised. And what is counted is fed into your tallying center. By midnight of that day, everybody knows the numbers.
Which is maybe where the issues then come in, with even with regards to what the questions are being raised by Kenya Kwanza and Azimio to IEBC. So we have 22 million voters. We have an extra 6,000 polling stations this time. Right. We have a number 1,000 plus that don't have access to 3G transmission.
Right.
Then you're saying we are not going to have a manual complementary system of voter identification, then we are also not very sure about this electronic system that you have, whether it is robust enough to go on when it's supposed to go on, go off when it's supposed to go on, and work the way it's supposed to work. All this has been lumped on Chebukati's desk.
Right.
But the supporting agencies are government agencies. The Communications Authority, that is overseeing communication across the country, government. When you talk about Chebukati's ability to procure these things, Parliament, government, how soon did he receive his money? Has he received the money? Has he been able to do this? So there's all these strings that are being pulled by people elsewhere that would hamper Chebukati's job.
To be fair to Chebukati, they actually introduced legislation in Parliament to provide for a backup manual should the KIMS kits fail, and Parliament shut it down. And they insisted it has to be electronic. For the last 5 years, we were hoping they were working on the areas where they fell short in terms of the electronic identification of voters. Now, I think it's a challenge because if you watched the trial, was it called, what are they calling it, when they were trying...
The test run last week.
The test run, that's the correct word. It was not very impressive. And we were hoping they would then work on those areas which would make it work. They've had 4-5 years to improve on the KIMS kits, some which are not working, why they didn't work, what needs to be done. Because this electronic voter identification is very important. When you do manual, you can vote 10 times. Because it depends on the clerk. They can agree that you have not voted, so they don't strike out your name. And you can come again, and again, and again.
But how does that happen
with electronic? In the room? Once you have put your...
Actually, Eric, you simply need to go to a different station to vote.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
We saw it in our nominations in 2017 for Sonko. He would have a guy voting in 15 different polling stations. But once your biometrics are into this system, you can't vote again.
It locks you out.
Yes.
You know, you can't wash that away, eh?
You can't. The indelible ink.
And even that one, people found ways of washing that one out.
So I think, to be fair to the Chebukati team, and you're right about the resources that are available to them to do some of these things, and also the other teams that should be providing the infrastructure. And even these telcos, you cannot just be investing for profit. You must also have a social responsibility to expand, although even technology now is changing. You know, cloud, and I think His Excellency tried to introduce cloud so that you can actually do this thing without necessarily having those masts, investments, huge investments. Ketraco, transmission lines, it's possible to use that as long as they are following that rollout of the rural electrification. It is possible. You can have 3G, 4G coverage to about 80% of this country, 90% even.
Moshimo, I want us to take a break and say goodbye to the audience on KTN Home who've been following us since the top of the hour, but the conversations continue into the next hour. This is the Situation Room. David Murathe, Vice Chairperson of Jubilee, also Vice Chair. Let's start with the bigger one. Vice Chairperson of the Azimio Executive Committee and Vice Chairperson of Jubilee Party is in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Show. People like
so we are going to the top of the hour, and Murathe, you'll be with us for a bit longer, right? Because you came in late. For that
only
reason,
right.
For that reason,
it's not a penalty; it's a plea. It's a request.
You're saying on KTN?
On KTN, we're done.
Finished?
Yes,
but the radio is still on.
Yes.
SpiceFM continues.
You are Radio Jumbo.
No. Look at this one.
I know the Spice.
Spice FM broadcasting from Nairobi to the world on Spice FM across the country. We're also Spice FM on Facebook, Spice FM KE on YouTube, and www.spicefm.co.ke. David Murathe is here with us. He's going to stay with us for a while longer. We'll take him around so that he can look behind you.
Just look behind you.
Spice. Clear. Good morning to you. It's 9 a.m. Let's hear the news.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire Dennis Aseto. Jubilee Deputy Chairperson David Murathe now says that according to numbers, Odinga is leading and that those opposing the numbers are lying to themselves. In an interview with Spice FM, Murathe says that the August 9th elections is for Odinga to win and that the competitors must be ready for Raila presidency.
We are very, very realistic. We check all the opinion polls and everybody, but Kenya is a very interesting demographic. You know, for example, in Luo Nyanza, it's locked for Raila. When you go to Western, he almost always defeats Musalia in Western. Because you have Kakamega with Raila, Busia with Raila, Vihiga with Raila. They split Bungoma. Trans Nzoia with Raila. So if you look at Rift Valley, in Turkana right now, Raila is ahead. If you look at Nakuru, he's ahead. If you look at Masailand, he's ahead. Both Samburu, Narok, and Kajiado. If you look at Nairobi, the combination of Uhuru and Raila supporters is a long shot for Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwisha.
It says that there is nothing like deep state nor the use of state machinery, favoring Odinga, arguing that it is Ruto who has access to state machinery.
There's nothing like deep state. But there's something called the National Security Advisory Committee, where you have all the chiefs of intelligence, NSIS, the army, the interior, and all those guys.
Yes.
And the deputy president, actually, when the president is not around, is the one who chairs the NSAC. If you want to lose an election, use the state machinery, use the state apparatus, because these are career civil servants. They're about their jobs, they're about themselves, and they will invest on both sides. Right now, you have a huge percentage of the state machine with William Ruto. He said the other day, he gets intelligence briefs. He said, forget those opinion polls they are giving you. I have mine from the same
source.
System.
The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has invited the 4 presidential candidates in the August general election for a stakeholders meeting on the voters register. The Electoral Commission invited the presidential candidates amidst a number of concerns raised over the electoral preparedness. In a letter sent to Deputy President William Ruto, the meeting, which will also be attended by Raila Odinga, George Wajakoya and David Murathe, and Ovagano Party, will be held at Windsor. IEBC has listed the issue of printed register of voters, election results path and harmonizing of campaign schedules for presidential candidates as among key integral issues that will be discussed. The Anglican Church of Kenya has faulted a plan by IEBC to use the electronic system of identifying voters in the August 9th general election, arguing that the polls could be disrupted and interrupted should technology fail. ACK Archbishop Jackson Olisipit said IEBC was running the risk of setting itself up for failure. Abandoning the physical register could also be disastrous, as many Kenyans would be disenfranchised if the system fails at the polling stations. The new rule announced by the IEBC chairperson of Chebukati means that voters who cannot be identified electronically will be turned away from polling stations. Now, the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority has asked helicopter operators to ensure adherence to minimum operation requirements between aircraft and activity venues amid an increase in breach of laid safety protocols. The Aviation Authority, in a statement, noted the minimum distance provided for under existing regulations is 3 kilometers. The authority's Director General Emil Arao said KCAA will continue to work with key stakeholders such as the National Police Service and aviation operators to ensure compliance to the set out standards of operations to secure safety and security of the public and property. And the National Assembly will not reconsider the 3 bills sent back by President Uhuru Kenyatta, with the bills now set to lapse with the expiry of the term of the 12th Parliament. Speaker Justin Muturi has directed the clerk of the National Assembly to circulate the President's message to members of Parliament on the same. President Kenyatta, in a memoranda to the Speaker dated 21st June, referred the Insurance Professionals Bill, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, and the Information Communications Technology Practitioners Bill back to National Assembly for reconsideration, highlighting his reservations on each of them. In his memoranda, President Kenyatta refused to assent to the Insurance Professionals Bill, saying it would stifle the growth of the Insurance Institute of Kenya instead of facilitating it. And Directorate of Criminal Investigations detectives have rescued 60 victims of human trafficking who were being held at an apartment in Nairobi's Tazi estate. According to the DCI, the victims in question were allegedly slated to be sold as human slaves overseas by their alleged traffickers. The agency said its detectives found the victims bundled up in one room when they gained entry into the apartment. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
The news on Spice FM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so we're looking at traffic still continuing around most parts of the city today, looking a little bit better coming off Gong Road. And that Imara Daima stretch outbound traffic still continues, at least for now. Southern Bypass is looking good. That has opened up. Jogo Road is a mishmash of mess. We're looking at inbound traffic that's going to take you to Landis Road, and that's really sticky. Lusaka Road as well. Going towards the Kamkunji roundabout. And then onto Haile Selassie. That still continues for some time, so let's keep an eye open out for that. Thika Superhighway, much better now. Kiambu Road is bumper to bumper, well past Coffee Gardens and then out towards Muthaiga Square. So, TikTok of time says that we're out of traffic hour in about half hour or so. So it looks like it could be true. Don't forget, guys, fog lights up. Visibility is low throughout the nation today. You want to be careful? Show up alive. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
It is 7 minutes after 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Friday, the 24th day of June 2022. We are still here with David Murathe, the vice chairperson of Azimio and Jubilee. Before we start the hour's show, let's hear the day's proverb. C.T. Muga.
Yes, the proverb from Angola. Mm-hmm. Don't despise the nut. One day it will be a palm tree.
Don't despise the nut. One day it will be a palm tree.
Yes.
A time cometh.
There come a time.
There come a time.
Okay.
You'll remember that one, David. Were you in Kasarani on the day?
Yes.
There come a time
When the interests of the country are bigger
than the interests
of the
of
individual.
Yes. Profound words by the late
And actually,
George
that is what is informing this engagement with Jacom, where he has totally different approach. He set aside his own personal and agreed there's so much to play for in terms of peace, stability. And if you look at what's happening around the region, Ethiopia is in turmoil. They're fighting the Oromo, I don't know who. Sudan, South Sudan, DRC, fighting with Rwanda. I mean, Uganda. We have managed to maintain our peace and stability because of the handshake. And it's Raila stepping back, is the president stepping back and saying, hey, this was not the idea at independence. Where did the rain start beating us? Of course, there were people who, along the way, had different ideas. But if the trajectory had not been overcrowded by ambition, where you had your Tom Mboyas of this world, who had a very clear idea of where to take this country. Unfortunately, 1969, they assassinated him. You had your JMs, who also were like, you can't have a country of 10 millionaires
and a million
and 10
million
million poor.
Paupers.
Again, 1975, down the road. So Okoh, I don't know, but is a gentleman. Again, down the... So I think we're getting to a place where you will not see Kenyan refugees. We host a lot of refugees. We host refugees in Daba. We host refugees in Kakuma. And this young generation, they have no idea. They see those pictures there as far removed of women with children at their back, with whatever little they could take with them,
crossing,
going into another border, going into another country to seek refuge. The word refugee, they don't connect. It is to seek refuge somewhere else because your country, you can't survive.
Yeah.
There's bullets flying all over. There's people killing each other with the machetes. We had a taste of that in 2007. God forbid, we should never ever have to go back there. And this trajectory of the peace dividend and why Uhuru ran with Ruto is to guarantee you can't have people killing each other who have been neighbors. All right? The protagonists of 2017, we shake hands, and whenever because you shake hands with your protagonist, your friend, you give high five. But in terms of you're making up, you shake hands with the person who you're fighting with.
So when President Uhuru Kenyatta shook hands with Raila in 2008, it was for that. It was, let's calm the tempers down. Let's
2018.
2018. What did I say?
March.
2017. But
2018, yes.
It's the year that comes before 2018.
Yes. In 2018 March, when they shook hands, it was for that reason. It was let's calm things down. And
the
move
country.
forward.
I'm actually going back to where Muga was. The country is more important
than an individual.
Than the individual.
Now, at this point, when the president is supporting and openly supporting Raila Odinga's presidential bid, is he doing this as part of looking at ensuring that he creates a lasting peace legacy, or is he doing this to protect his interests? Is he doing this to ensure that he also has a say in the next government? For example, why is he chair of a political party? He's exiting as president. Why does he need to play a part in the political party?
It is the distrust and mistrust in the political class. And Uhuru comes in as a guarantor of, those things they agree. Remember, there have been several MOUs in this country.
Many.
And they are not worth the piece of paper that they are written on. So some of these players have insisted that president must be the guarantor of anything that is put. This is the way we're moving. Remember, in our current dispensation, it's only the deputy president who is anchored in the constitution who cannot be fired. So you can make Kalonzo today the chief minister and fire him tomorrow.
After fulfilling your pledge.
Of course. But it's only the deputy president. Otherwise, Uhuru would have fired Ruto a long time ago. But he can't. His hands are tied. Unless he can raise the numbers to impeach. However, Uhuru has only one vote, by the way. He can go out there and say who he prefers. That does not equal to the number of votes from Mount Kenya, for example.
Mheshimiwa, would you allow me to differ with you, please?
Yes.
Okay. You are MP for
Yes.
Gatanga.
Yes.
Okay?
Gataga.
Yes, Gatanga.
Yes.
Now, when somebody gets to the point where his people determine
Yes.
that he can lead them,
Yes.
in essence, that person more or less walks with the votes of those people in his pocket. No, it's,
Okay, go on.
Yes, because,
Yeah.
and even if they no longer wish to vie for that position, there are people who still support them.
Correct.
Yes, each of them just has one vote, but a leader carries more than just their vote. That's the point I'm trying to say. That if you, let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
You are an opinion leader, even
Right.
now.
Right.
So there are people who will listen to what David Murathe has said.
Yes.
And if David Murathe said this is the way to go, they'll say, okay, you know what David Murathe has said. This is it. It's within that context that I say, the president, yes, as an individual may have a vote, but Uhuru Kenyatta is not just an individual.
Right.
He's public property. He is the president. He is the government, the way we Kenyans think.
Right.
So if Uhuru goes in a certain direction, he goes with a lot of people other than just himself.
And that is why, and I'm glad you said Gatanga, they voted for me in 1997.
Yes.
As an oppositionist.
Yes.
I was in Fort Asili.
Yes.
And then Matiba said he's not running. So we went to SDP. And we won. When we came to support Uhuru in 2002, the same people you are saying were in my pocket.
Yes.
Because I went to support Uhuru as a candidate in Kanu, I lost my seat.
Yes.
You are hearing people telling you they are talking to the ground. All right?
Yes.
So they are listening to the people. And as a leader, if we go by you are supposed to be showing them the way. But there comes a time when you have to listen to the
what
mood
way
on the
they
ground.
want to be
And I
taken.
want to be very honest here. Mount Kenya, for example, Ruto had 4.5 years free run. Today, the mountain is changing.
Why?
And the Martha effect, for example. All right? And like we started and we said, there's going to be a lot of apathy in Mount Kenya. My own sisters who are political were like, we won't vote. There's nothing in it for us.
We have no skin in
All
the
right?
game.
The minute Martha came in, they said 4 a.m. I'll be on that queue. I'll be on that queue. I don't know these women. They have something. You know? That thing is not just about Mount Kenya. All right? It's, you go to Kwale, you go to Kisumu, the women, now we have something in it. It's now our turn to. All right? So that worked. That really worked. And even for us, we looked at the landscape. Who can you trust to represent the interests of Mount Kenya now that we have nobody on the ticket? If you have Rigathi here and you have Martha here, it's a no-brainer. Because people also have these insecurities. People feel insecure. What is going to happen to us? And that's why people kill each other to get that top prize of the presidency. And now you're feeling, at least with Martha there, our interests are well taken care of. That is Mount Kenya.
Yeah.
The women also are finding, with one of us there, they can address our issues. But they should come slowly also, because very soon the boy child will be the one who's under threat.
David, even as you speak about all of these things, the things that we cannot run away from in terms of the promises that are being thrown at Kenyans on a daily basis. Azimio launched the manifesto just a couple of weeks ago. And it's fantastic in terms of the things that are being put out there. The question, though, remains for a lot of people, and that may also determine some of these numbers that everybody's so actively romancing right now, that could it be that right now, and I'm going to use, a phrase from, this century, could it be that Kenyans are more woke, more than they have ever been, that you cannot throw things at them in the manner of the way promises are coming and then not deliver on them? that there's a likelihood that you will be given a vote by Kenyans today. But then there is a greater likelihood that they will follow up on the same promise should they give you the position. So are these things being said with the realization that Kenyans cannot be hoodwinked anymore? It doesn't matter what side you're on. That everything, when there's a rally, there's a new thing. There are rallies yesterday, there's a new thing that's being said. You know, manifestos being reinforced, manifestos being waited for tomorrow. But Kenyans are awake and they're listening and they're saying, do not talk to us the manner in which you've spoken to us before. Are you aware of this? Even as all this work is being done, interests here and there, are you aware that Kenyans are not asleep?
Yes. And it's a question of who do you believe? Everybody is promising change. Remember Barack Obama? Change that you can believe in.
Yep.
All right? You're having here a set of people in Kenya Kwanza who have been in government for the last 30 years. Musalia came out of university. He was my college mate, 1 year behind me, into government, into a minister in 1989. Ruto, YK 92. From 1992 to 2022 is 30 years. Powerfully in government. Even as an assistant minister in the OP, he is reputed to have gone around slapping ministers. All right? This is somebody who has been in government. Even in the Mukatenusu government. Even he was supposed to be a deputy prime minister. Out here now trying to promise people stuff. Raila, on the other hand, has never been in government.
Never.
He, the first one of National Accord, he was even actually complaining.
He was in government in the Moi era.
Corporation. All right? When there was that corporation, it was a plywood, which again, you remember the late Michuki, was that we, as KANU, now swallowed, the Jogo swallowed the tractor and forgot to switch off. So, kept on a meeting. But no, going back to her point, which is very important. There's so many clips of Ruto saying, within 6 months, Cameroon Stadium will be done. Within 1 year, we are going to do these dams. Children, you know, the laptop stories and all that. And she's right. Kenyans are woke. And unfortunately, I looked at those numbers again, the numbers you're talking about. The under 35 are actually 40.
48%.
Correct? This is like a 60-40. And look at those election queues. Who do you see on those queues? It is the elderly, women, and men. These young people, if they are the generation you're talking about, who have been the target of the hustler narrative. Number one, they don't vote. Let's be fair. And they'll wait until like 5 o'clock and they'll say, you want my vote? I want something in return. It's unfortunate. But to put these political people to task, because, for example, Uhuru Kenyatta, people should interrogate what he has done against what he promised. I think some of it was overplayed by the deputy president. But to a large extent, and that is why he's so obsessed with his legacy issues, he has tried to deliver. There were some for one reason or another. Because, again, riddled with a lot of corruption. All right?
Which was one of the promises.
No. With the Uhuru administration, I would give E for effort. All right? Maybe a C minus for the courts. Because these same guys use the court system to frustrate the fight against corruption. So you can see the determination. But if you look at the Kenya Kwanza guys, that terminology doesn't feature anywhere. I hope when they do their manifesto, they'll be coming out with a blueprint of how they will
fight
deal
corruption.
Because the biggest problem in this country, and with a lot of African countries, is corruption.
It is.
And that is why the Martha thing has really excited and energize the campaign, particularly in Mount Kenya. Because people know, my friend, that the reason they are in the situation they are in is because so much money is being pilfered. Let me ask you, Latiff. Somebody has been campaigning for the last 4.5 years. Has anybody ever questioned the source of his money?
There are those who've mentioned it. There are those who've questioned it. There are those who've raised issues with it. But
how do you sustain? We know your salary is $1 million a month. You have chicken. How do you sustain a full-blown campaign, the whole country? Of course, sometimes they use the same government vehicles you're talking about and security. But you're having like 5 helicopters registered under your name. You're having all this infrastructure where every time you go into some meeting, even Moses Kuria was saying the other day how they hire crowds for hire. And those people, of course, you pay the buses, you pay the person coming in, and you pay for the
It's a lot of money to mobilize for 1 minute.
The hell
meeting.
do you sustain such a program for 4.5 years out of your pocket?
But
has anybody ever interrogated that?
Interrogated, maybe not, but the question that has arisen is this. What is implied is that whatever is being used, the resources were gained in a manner that could be referred to as nefarious. But then the question is, we have state organs that deal with such matters. Have they raised those issues? Have they asked those questions? Because as citizens, you can raise the question, and then after that, then what? We have state agencies whose task is specific. There are people who look at lifestyles. There are people who determine sources of income. There are people who determine all these things. Have they raised them? The answer is no, they haven't. So, if that is the mandate that they have and they haven't raised it, and yet we see them being raised for other individuals, people who work for KRA, people who work for Ketraco, people who work for other state agents, people who work for the Lands Department, we see them being raised. If indeed there were issues that is claimed, you see, if you look at the discussion from the Azimio front,
right,
and look at the discussion from the Kenya Kwanza front,
Kenya
Kwanza front,
okay,
they have put forward an empowerment narrative with the deputy president being at the forefront saying he grew up poor and he wants to make it easier for people to be able to better their lives by acquiring and being able to do things for themselves, okay? Now, the Azimio side is saying the manner in which this particular gentleman has gone about acquiring his wealth is a little suspicious.
Dubious.
Now, we feel if this is what we see here, if this man was given power, surely do the maths yourself. But state organs who are mandated with the task of bringing these things out to light and questioning them and querying them, have they done their job?
That is correct. You remember there was something called a lifestyle audit, where they were all supposed to, as you come in, let us know what you have, so that by the time you're coming out, let's see and how you acquired it. I saw Parliament last 2 weeks ago. The law they actually passed actually watered down that expectation and that requirement
provision for
from the public.
Yes, essentially not to make the details of said
public.
audit public.
Yes. All right. Yes. But even having said that, KRA can do a comprehensive audit on you. It's actually called an in-depth. You see all those things mushrooming around Kasarani, Roysambu, TRM, whatever. They are all owned by KRA officers. People who are supposed to be collecting VAT. People who are supposed to be... Let me tell you, it's a fact. And by the way, you have raised a very...
They're not auditing themselves.
No. Look, we already said Uhuru will never leave this thing to a thief. We never said who. Correct? We never said who.
Who the thief is.
But the people themselves, you are calling us a thief. You know? We never said.
So why the failure by the state agencies to do their job?
Is the frustration because corruption is seeping all the way down. And that's why I said E for effort. Because then you have the DPP, you have the DCI fighting. Because the DCI is investigating, but he cannot take you to court. So it comes to the Director of Public Prosecutions. the law says only he can. And you take him the fine and say, take
no
it back.
case.
All right? It goes to court. And then the courts. Some of the cases against some of the people who are in the race have been pushed to September. All right? So they are coming after
the election.
August 9. If, God forbid, that person is the deputy president, your guess is as good as mine.
So the question:
how will you deal with that case, which has now been pushed post the election, and now he's sitting? And you know, this presidency is a pair, right? In fact, to a large extent, it's like there's some kind of immunity, and that people are waiting for some of them to get out of office. And now, when they are Raia, I know the DCI has a few files
to open. The question before we take a break: you have been the vice chair of Jubilee, the party. You've been influential in the Jubilee coalition of 2013 to 2017. So when we say E for effort, you're basically saying that you failed.
Yes. We have said...
but why is it? What is it that made you fail? Let me give you the example, for example. The issue of the DPP and DCI. So from where we sit, we see a president who is frustrated and is feeling like these officers are not working. The president uses his power of influence to actually get the existing DCI to leave office, the existing DPP to leave office before the end of their tenures, and he puts in new people. Okay?
Right.
And he brings in an EACC person and says, start working. When they start fighting, why can't the president use the same influence that he has to put them together and tell them, look, this is how I want you to work?
I'm sure he has tried to do that. But to a large extent, there are so many factors at play, all right? Interests at play. And you have to balance. As a head of state, you have to balance a lot of issues. He was there crying about how, is it 2 billion is lost every day?
Every day.
So Kenyans are like, so you are crying. What do you want us to do? That's what, Muga, you're saying. Eh? If the president himself can seem helpless, what do you want me to do? What about the man on the street? And they're looking up to him to do something. That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
And it's like, has he failed? He has succeeded into a lot of things. I think the political will is there. But this machine, one day they gave him those budget errors in Treasury. And I went to him and I said, Your Excellency, you know, these things are deliberate to make you look bad. That time he was not president, he was the Minister for Finance. Why don't we sack these guys? And he's like, listen, every finance minister who has come here, whenever there has been an issue, it is the minister who goes. But the same fellows who made those...
are still there.
They stay. So you can, in hindsight, look at some of the things that make it very difficult. When Kibaki came in, people were queuing to pay tax at Times Tower. When Kibaki came in, there was citizen arrest. Any cop on the road trying to take a bribe. The citizens themselves. All right? We had now got into a situation of impunity where we could see policemen being beaten by touts. You saw that. So that when we say this country needs a benevolent dictator, when we say we need order, law and order and discipline, I think that is what has been lacking. Because when the taxpayer realizes that my tax dollars are doing something for me, they'll be happy to pay tax. But when they realize these tax dollars are going into people's pockets, they will now start looking for ways to avoid paying tax.
Let's take a break. 27 minutes to 10. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. The Situation Room on SpiceFM. David Murathe is the vice chair of... You want to say goodbye? You have to go to the council meeting.
You know, Latiff, I like your show and I like the terrorist here. I want to come back. Let's engage, but I had a 10 o'clock because she had said 8 to 9.
Yes.
And we have to do like party lists before Saturday.
Yes.
Which is tomorrow. And there are areas we are trying to compromise and tell guys, look, if we in competition, we are creating room for UDA or Kenya Kwanza to snip. So there will be areas we'll be asking guys step down for so and so.
Essentially, you're doing housekeeping.
Oh, yes. And I think Kenyans should know one thing, that we think we are on the right trajectory. We think we're on the right track. Kenya has now become an oasis of peace. The president wants to leave behind a united country. So he reached out to Ruto, shook hands. He has reached out to Raila, shaken hands. And I can guarantee you this is going to be the most powerful election in a while, in a long time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, David.
And I look forward. Let's come again and closer to the time. And probably we will also look at it after August 9.
Of course we ought to.
65 to 35.
That's what is that what your numbers are showing you?
Yes.
65
we work
to 35.
Numbers. 65 Azimio, 35 Kenya Kwanza.
First round.
Round 1. It will be so decisive.
You know, that is assuming that Wajakoya and Wahiga don't have even a single percentage point.
There will be the 35.
So combined...
The 65 is Azimio. The other side is 35.
Okay. We'll see. We'll hold you to your word. Thank you very much for joining us. 25 minutes to 10.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you a recruiter looking for the ideal candidate? What if we told you there's an easier, faster, and unbiased way to hire? Forget all the time wasting and costly hiring mistakes and instead focus on reviewing the best suited candidates from the start. Sounds good, right? We offer you a seamless recruitment portal and access to our thousands of job seeker profiles to suit your hiring needs. In just a few clicks, you will be able to select the best candidates ranked by real data. Sign up today by visiting jobs.digga.co.ke and start your journey to efficient and effective hiring.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Yaani mtu ako Nairobi na nimemuzia ng'ombe. Sijatoka shamba, lakini school fees za huyo mtoto nishalipa tayari.
Nikiwa na shida, naweza pigia hospitali wakati wowote na nisaidike. Hello,
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates access to communication services in every part of the country. Now, 96.4% of Kenyans have access to 3G and 4G mobile services. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi continue at 15. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 14. It's 17 degrees and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 23 and lows of 12. 15 degrees and light rain in Nyeri, highs of 21 and lows of 13. And we're looking at mostly cloudy conditions at 18 in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 12. Light rain continues in Mombasa at 25. It'll go to highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 28 as well in Malindi, where the rain is coming down. Partly sunny at 23 in Kisumu, highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 26 in Kakamega, where it's partly sunny at 23. Looking into Kampala, the heavy thunderstorms have subsided. Partly sunny conditions now at 20. We'll see highs of 25 and we'll see highs of 28 in a partly sunny Dar es Salaam. Currently 9 degrees and mostly cloudy in Joburg, highs of 15 and lows of 7, and it's 25 and partly sunny in Lagos, highs of 30 and lows of 25. Kinshasa is cloudy at 22. We'll see highs of 32. Out in Beijing, it's 37 degrees going into Friday evening. That'd be today's high, going down to lows of 21. And 19 degrees and mostly cloudy in Paris, highs of 24. We'll see highs of 23 in London, where it's sunny at 17. And New York is cloudy at 18. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 18. All right, much better now. I think the only thing that folks need to contend with today is those weather conditions that are seeing cloudy conditions throughout most of the country. Coming off Mombasa Road, right around Imaradima, that continues. A little bit of traffic and then you spill it over to Outer Ring. But everything else looks actually really, really good. Just at that Muthaiga Square nook, coming up and joining with the Pangani underpass is where you see most of the traffic now. And of course, Jago Road, just has to come in and tell us that, ringing the bell and let us know the traffic hour is over. Apart from that, you should be able to traverse without too much of an issue. Let's talk through the morning. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The National Treasury has failed to meet its target of raising 25 billion shillings from the 2021-2022 year, ending tap sale, whose auction closed on Thursday. The Exchequer has instead tapped just 19.6 billion shillings, representing a 78.4% rate of performance for the issue. Subsequently, the Central Bank of Kenya has taken all proceeds from the issue ahead of the winding up of the current fiscal year on June 30th. Local banks are pushing for the Central Bank of Kenya to raise the interest rates as a countermeasure to contain a strengthening dollar and ease its demand-supply gap. According to the Kenya Bankers Association chairperson and NCBA Group Managing Director John Gashora, higher interest rates will make it attractive to hold shilling-denominated assets and discourage the holding of dollars by market participants. Kenya Revenue Authority is blaming its human resource and failure in its technology system in tax dispute that has seen a rice importer get away with 500 million shillings unpaid tax. In a legal battle between the Supreme Court, the taxman revealed that Export Trading Company Limited paid a preferential tax rate of 35% on imported instead of 75% due to human and system error that failed to distinguish the country of origin of the company imported the rice between 2007 and 2009. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
17 minutes to turn. So David Morales says 65-35.
Yeah, clean.
Yeah?
No doubt.
He says, which region locked, which region locked. Of course, if you ask the Kenya Kwanza people, they'll also tell you the same thing. They'll tell you, Nairobi, gone. That's why these people are trying to frustrate Johnson Sakaja.
Locked.
It's because they can see it's gone. Nairobi, gone. They'll tell you, Kilifi, gone. You're saying that you passed, you what?
They're coming back.
Kilifi is gone, Kenya Kwanza. They'll tell you all those things.
They'll tell you Narok. Done.
Sambili asubuhi. Turkana. The current governor is the chair of even the campaign team.
In fact, Turkana is not even Sambili. Samoja na nusu.
Done. Forget about
Before the polls open.
Yep, done.
This is done. So, what do you believe? Let's open up the phone lines and hear from you. 0719-012-600. So, the vice chairperson of Azimio says they are projecting to win this by 65% to 35%. The other three combined.
Other 35%.
Yes. So, Wajakoya 30, Ruto and Wahiga 5.
Don't you have to have kind of an approach like that? It's got to be ballsy, as in you have to say, look, this is what we feel is going to be the case. If you show a different side, obviously, then you're speaking to your audience as well.
Or even 50.
You see, our history is replete with similar pronunciations and also the intended purpose of such pronunciations. We are the tyranny of numbers. Your mind is prepared for a certain eventuality.
Yes.
And you hear it long enough, somehow you will feel this ought to be the outcome. The only change is that in this electoral cycle, both parties are saying the same thing. One party is saying this, the other one is saying same thing. Each of them are saying the same thing, but of course in favor of their position. Yes, exactly. But if you listen, they're saying the same thing. And if you look at the numbers, if you look at what was presented in the Standard today, the Standard seems to be implying that there are many votes that are up for grabs. And yet, the vice chairman of Azimio and vice chairman of Jubilee is saying, nothing of that sort. There are regions that are already locked, determined. Really. Really. Not that we expect him to say anything else. I mean, he has to speak in favor of his.
But how likely is that? 0719-012-600. Let's hear it from you. Let's get do you believe what we're hearing from the Azimio, what we've heard from Karanja Kibicho, what we've heard from CS Mushero, that this one, first round, Azimio, overwhelming majority, over 60% of the vote? First round? Like when else?
Look, I mean, there are many people who would argue different things at this point, right? And as I'm saying, you have to put up a spirited position. You can't, but, I mean, what are you saying to your people who essentially are your followers if you're saying, well, we are trying, but maybe we'll get a third of the vote? You're not going to do that, of course. You're going to come out and say that we are going to win overwhelmingly and that there will be no question about what side is going to sit in government. You cannot but say that.
But there's also
the truth of the matter also, though, is that if this ground that everybody keeps talking about and where they're going on the ground is that you probably look at it and people are shifting in one direction or another.
When you have what we call in Kenya nusumkate, a half-loaf government, what is likely to also happen, in my view, is that you will find even within this same government, there are split allegiances. Because the moment a deputy president is given powers to appoint his people, his half of the government, well, then, who do you think they owe their allegiance to?
Of course.
Precisely. Now,
they're appointing authority.
The appointing authority. And the appointing authority may traverse all aspects and departments and agencies of government, including these very agencies that are claiming to give us these figures. So it muddies these waters even more.
Gets it worse. Let's go to the phone lines. Yes. I've got two people from Nakuru. Zachary is one of them. Good morning.
Guys.
Morning, Zachary.
How is everyone there?
Everyone here is well.
We are well, Zachary.
I was trying to call Aya when brother was there. There are two pertinent questions that I would have asked him about, in particular, the Kikuyu nation, yeah? But then now that he is gone and I know he is in his room trying to listen to us, let me, not ask, but okay. But then there is this thing that he has mentioned, yeah? That the president declared earlier that, we cannot leave the seat of the government to a person who has got this character. I don't know, not want to mention because everybody knows, yeah? We have also seen the president saying several occasions, and I've mentioned that they mupede, Now, this is my question. And this is why I'm telling you that you should take some of us who are on the ground very, very seriously. There's somebody there who asked Mr. Murade, what about I think it is Eric, the person who is controlling the system is the government. This government that has declared that so and so cannot be allowed to run for this, to take over, Mr. Murade, as he was reading the studio, he has told us that the Azimio is 65. The rest are 35, including Majakoya. Okay? And I don't dispute that. That is his take, and you got the right to say that. But now this is the question. If you come to the ground, let me tell you, after and you probably do your ordinary poll, After every maybe 10 people you talk to, 7 are saying opposite of what Murada is saying. Now this is the contention. What shall happen when there is this contention that the government says that this guy we seem to support is having 65? Well, on the ground,
it's different.
The cast votes say otherwise. Can you see the situation that we are heading to?
That's true. Okay.
And this is worrying some of us. So what would be my suggestion is this, Let those people who are next to the president, let the IEBC, let everyone who is in this election, let's give democracy a fair chance. But they're saying that you who cannot be what? Because we think that and you have a very good question. People say that the deputy president is a corrupt person. You had all the time, 5 years. Why did you act
Why
about
did you do nothing about it? That's true, Zachary.
Yeah.
Zachary, thank you.
And have a nice day.
You too. Have a lovely weekend. Karaoke in Nakuru.
How are you guys?
Good morning.
It's a long time, dude.
How are you?
Muga.
Karaoke vipi bwana? You've been lost. What happened?
I've been sick somehow, but now I'm okay.
Pole sana bwana.
It's a long time.
Yes, it is.
But my take in this is that Morale, nobody can be serious about Morale, even if he has to say. But you guys, in most cases, you know yourself, you are in stations. You don't come on the ground to see by yourself, or maybe have your own understanding of the ground, what is the saying. My take here is that Morale is just like somebody who Morale is somebody like who, a drunkard person can promise a woman tomorrow we shall use a plane to go to the places of tourism or something like that. So, Morale, nobody is serious about Morale. But if you come...
So how is the situation in Nakuru, Karaoke? What is your projection?
My projection in Nakuru is that, of course, the Kenya Kwanza is going to take it very early in the morning. No, let me assure you, overall the president, even the governor, that's what I can assure you of. Even these other seats,
even the governor and the county assembly,
downwards to the county assembly, I'm telling you, that will be a battle of the titanic battle. That's what I can assure you.
All right.
Let me tell you, our people here, the way we vote, and today we are not, we are not linking ourselves to the current president. You know it. In fact, we are very much against. So, good luck.
Thank you, Karaoke, and thank you for calling in. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
0719-012-600, George in Nakuru and James in Rongai. Please call in. I see you had called earlier. Call in and so we can pick your call. And here, 65% is the percentage being bandied around. So David Morales says Azimio is going to take it. Riley is taking it 65% first round. Others have said other figures. There are those in Kenya Kwanza who also have their own figures. And everybody says, we look at numbers and we have our people on the ground and we have...
Essentially, everybody has their pollster.
But yes, now, you imagine you're going to run a race and there are people who are supporting you. There are those who have thrown in support here or the other. And then, don't you have to give them assurance that you're going to win? Are you going to go and stand there and say, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll come forth. Seriously? No.
You don't go with 60. Let's pick George. George is in Nakuru. Good morning, George.
I'm not in Nakuru right now. I'm in Machakos.
Hey, George.
I'm kind of a local tourist sometimes.
It's a good thing.
Now, good morning, lady and gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
No, it is political season and everyone has to sell their wares,
Yeah.
there is no way that if we are in the market, I would say that, okay, some other person's product are much more than mine, right? In terms of value, right? So expect every political party to pull on their side. And when it comes to numbers, like the 65, and okay, there is no truth in it, or maybe there are no evidence to such. But the truth of the matter is, Azimio people have gained ground since they started campaigning seriously. Personally, I'm a Mombasa resident. Before the politics was heat up, everybody was speaking of UDA and Hustler narrative. Yeah. So when Azimio came and Raila started campaigning, let me say Honorable Raila, because I have to be respectful. People are starting to understand the dynamics that these people are serious, and sometimes they're telling us the truth. Even though it's not so certain that those who say that we're going to vote Azimio, we are pro-Azimio, are going to vote, as I've realized with the Wajakoya issue. You see, the youths are saying that Wajakoya has got a lot of good product for Kenya in terms of politics. But they don't have votes. These are the people who have been singing that, no, elections are decided at the higher table, so there is no need of getting votes and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, George.
So, thank you very much. You have a good morning.
You too. Simon.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I can be better if the government agreed to pay suppliers in Kenya. I will always be asking the same question. I've not had any presidential candidates speaking about the big mess, which is over 300 billion unpaid spending bills, which is what as an association we are pushing for, at least them to look at it as a national crisis. But that said and done, I think our campaigns are what we call the home stretch. Unfortunately, no one is really telling us how they'll help our economy. It's blame game. This one did this, this one did this. So I keep asking ourselves, our unga is at 213, our fuel is high, we are not collecting as much. Why can't someone just tell us, the amount we collect, this is how I will build our tax so that we collect more, so that I bridge these gaps. Last week, I was listening to a gentleman. This subsidy business is a bit risky. If you look at the case of Egypt, when in the 70s the president sent the subsidies, some point he tried reducing it. There was almost a national crisis. So if we keep subsidizing everything, what will happen the day we will not be able to sustain it and we need to remove? So we need to ask ourselves, as His Excellency the Deputy President and His Excellency Raila are running, because there are two guys, one of them will be our president come August. Do they have tangible
plans for this? What association do you represent, Simon?
Association of Public Sector General Suppliers.
Simon, we'd like to invite you actually so we can have.
We'll be very glad
this conversation
because. Yes, but now as I finish, the two gentlemen, the biggest problem we have is, unfortunately, the guys who've been ministers in Kenya from 2007 to now, 50% of them will come back to whichever side wins. Are we really going to have anything happening? That's the sad thing. So whether we like it or not, the solution is not to with the current crop. The solution is with the crop that will build consensus, build masses for 2027. God bless you guys. Nice conversation.
Asante.
And I hope that we all make wise decisions and we do one round. We don't need a rerun in an election. We are already doing badly economically. So any rerun will affect our economy badly.
Indeed.
God bless
That's true. Asante sana, Simon. And our producer Ednah will be in touch with you. Kenya's biggest conversation. We thank you very much for joining us each and every morning. City, give us your closing word on this.
You know, at the end of the day, everything that Simon has said is true. However, it very much hinges on who actually is the president. Because leadership from the very, very top determines literally everything that happens in every state agency, in every aspect of our government. Everything that he's talking about, it depends on the leader. Because that individual will be not just the person from whom the clarion call for change comes, but the person who actually puts it into effect.
Sure.
Asante sana for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation this whole week. We'll be back, God willing, on Monday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. What happens tomorrow, Ndu?
Olivia, Double O Direct from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And then
Jimmy Gathu comes in from 2 to 7 p.m.
Yes, the programming for today is same. Similar to yesterday's programming. Okay. Have a lovely weekend, folks. Enjoy yourselves. It's now 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta is in Kigali, Rwanda to attend the 26th Commonwealth Heads of State meeting. To receive the president was senior officials of the Rwandan government, Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Rachel Omamo and Kenya's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, Manoise Pisu. CS Omamo arrived in Kigali ahead of the president to attend the pre-CHOM Foreign Ministers meeting among a host of other pre-summit engagements. This year's meeting brings together delegates from